coffee, and then we start again.
The rescue coffee team.
Yeah, exactly. We need to be fueled, you know.
Can you also throw some cold water? Or what do you prefer? Coffee is better, right?
Yeah. Although, you know, Damien drinks so much coffee, no longer has effect on him. So. And you know, you should have had something standing for Kai-Uwe. You know, a puppet, a stuffed animal of one's choice. You know, a wolf. He's got this wolf, this German Shepherd.
Is that better representation?
Yeah, I would even.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Nicolas Petit. I'm a professor at the European University Institute in the Law Department and the Schumann Center. And I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of my colleagues, Bowman Hayden, David Thies, and Thibaut Skrepel. This is a Chief Economists Roundtable. Before I talk a little bit about this idea, this event, this session, I want to say a few words about the Dynamic Competition Initiative. Who are we? So I like to say we are a group of French scholars based in the law department of the EUI, the Tusher Center at UC Berkeley in California, and VU Amsterdam. Our ambition is to help policymakers, practitioners, and scholars evaluate economic competition and innovation in ways that reflect the empirical reality of a complex global and digital economy. We also want to help policymakers formulate reasonable enforcement targets that make a difference and promote prosperity in service of the common good. Why are we convening an event today with a roundtable of former chief competition economists? Okay, so unlike some others, we believe in the first place in competition lawmaking, rulemaking, and policymaking because, as Frank Easterbrook once said, it has effect on something or someone. To deliver the law, competition law must be based on an accurate description of the empirical reality, and judicial and administrative fact-finding is all about this, describing the empirical reality. And to that end, it must rely on predictions about what the law can achieve. And judicial and administrative remedies are only about this. Now, the consensus in US and EU antitrust policy for quite some time had been that the description and prediction of what antitrust law can achieve ought to be based on economic analysis. Now, as the economy is today undergoing deep transformations like globalization, securitization, digitalization, and politicization, we believe economics is more needed than ever to help us deliver what the law can provide to understand what's happening in markets, what's going on around us. However, in antitrust law and policy today, the high point in a movement towards a more economic approach is behind us. As Jorge Padilla wrote recently, certain adverse macroeconomic effects, developments on both sides of the Atlantic, are blamed on the ineffectiveness and extreme forbearance on modern competition and regulatory policies. In the US, antitrust community, advocates of a more political antitrust want to return to structural economic models inherited from the mid-20th century, Joe Bain, Ed Mason. The draft US merger guidelines that were released a few months ago are the best testimony of that proposed change in approach. The more careful center of the conversation that believes in strategic behavior, models of imperfect competition, and understands that dynamics create complications in markets, that center is losing terrain to very, very, very stupid slogans. As a result, the center fails to make a dent in the policy conversation, being outcompeted on its own terms by a more political version of antitrust conversation. Now, our preference at the DCI, and I really want to insist on this, is to avoid looking backwards for reference. We believe that a better path for a natural progression of the conversation consists in looking sideways for relevance. For example, at the DCI, we've been pretty busy trying to think about how a limited process of interdisciplinarity towards disciplines like business and management science or business strategy could help enrich the toolkits of modern industrial economics. Some work has already been done by labor economists and macroeconomists and has already an impact on antitrust policy making today. More work and a broader sample of disciplines should probably be an asset, seen as an asset, not a weakness in the future. Okay, so what should we do and what questions should we ask? At our annual conference, our esteemed friend Pierre Regibeau told us a few months ago in April that we need longer series on prices, output, capacities, innovation, and entry. And we did more academic work. The UI is an academic institution on the nature and magnitude of network effects and switching costs, as well as a more systematic study of entry paths. Okay, so we've put this table together out of self-interest. We want to develop a research agenda. And we thought there's no better way to do this than assemble a session from a former chief competition economist. Now, as I'm closing on research, I want to invite our in-house economic wizard, mastermind, expert, Professor Giacomo Calzolari, who's also the Dean of Research at the EUI, to introduce the session today. Giacomo, the floor is yours. And thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot, Nicola. Thank you, and welcome everybody. So let me start. Well, it all started in 2002 when the Commissioner Mario Monti, after a series of disastrous merger cases of the Commission that were systematically overturned by the European judges, decided that there was a wide deficit in DG competition of economic reasoning and economists. And then with that in mind, with those words of the judges, Mario Monti decided that it was time to have more economists involved at the Commission. And in fact, he established the chief economist position at DG competition. So the first appointment was 2003, and with a team of 10 trained economists. So the idea was to have a group of people who could provide the Commission, and in particular DG competition, general guidance in individual cases, detailed guidance in complex cases that require quantitative analysis. And so it was also a new system of check and balance where fresh eyes were somehow there to assist the decisions of the Commission on the cases. It's a temporary position of 3 years, and I think it's another relevant element of this position. And with all the difficulties that this temporary position, you may imagine, have in looking for candidates, I think it's important that the position has a fixed term. And now we are 20 years after, essentially. We're actually 23 is 20 years after the first chief economist. And so we are very pleased to have a very nice group of colleagues representing the chief economist team after 20 years. So I did some homework in digging into your past. Okay, exactly. That was the...
We have a right being forgotten.
No, it's 20 years too short. So there are Europeans, males, and the emphasis I'm putting on this, I think, is not by chance. If you know histories of last summer, they are mostly trained as theoretical economists, mostly, and they have written extensively on top journals in economics with works that have been very influential, and they're still working with very influential papers. So let me start with the first. The first appointment was someone who's not with us today, Lars Henrik Röller. After Lars, then we had Damien. Damien Neven, who is Belgian, is now professor of Graduate Institute in Geneva. Was appointed in 2006-11 for a slightly longer period. So in your times, the group grown from 10 to 30 economists, if I understood well. So it's a big increase of the team. Damien has a PhD from Oxford on a thesis on prices and selection of differentiated products in oligopoly. I'll try to dig into the PhD thesis because I think it gives a sense of the background of the chief economist and give you an idea of where they come from. Damien has extensively written on top journals in industrial organization, international trade, competition policy. He has a very interesting paper on European industrial policy, I think is nowadays becoming much more, even more relevant than in the past. And he's publishing regularly. I see regularly some papers transitioning on International Journal of Industrial Organization that I'm editing. Then we have Kai-Uwe Kuhn, who is online somewhere. Is German, is professor at East Anglia, where he's also deputy director of the Center of Competition Policy. He has been appointed chief economist from 2011 to 2013. He has then advised several competition authorities worldwide, also private firms, for, I would say, more than 20 years, 25 years at this point. Okay, so he has a PhD in Oxford as well on a thesis about principal agent problems and commitment in imperfectly competitive markets. He has published several papers in top journals, mostly theoretical, but also some experimental and empirical papers covering wide areas in like vertical integration, restraints, market foreclosure, and impact of credit constraints. Then we go to Massimo. Massimo Motta is a CREA professor at Pompeu Fabra. He has been appointed chief economist in 2013 and 16. And then he has advised many different competition policy around the world. I would say probably all the continents, Massimo. And Massimo holds a PhD in economics with the European doctorate program, University of Leuven and LSE. He has worked as well on international trade, starting with international trade and foreign direct investment, and of course, industrial organization, competition policy. He has extensively published very influential paper on exclusive dealing, for example. And also, we have to mention that Massimo is also a great instructor and disseminator, and his book, Competition Policy Theory and Practice, is a must-read book if you work in this area, both for economists and legal scholars. Then we have, after Tommaso Valletti, we have...
Giacomo, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Given that we are here, shouldn't you also say that I spent 10 years at the European University Institute?
Okay, yes, I didn't want to self-serve the institution, but that's true. Yeah, that's true. And in fact, you produce here a very long list of economists. Good try. and Pierre, last but not least, so Pierre has been appointed in 2019 and 23. Pierre holds a PhD from Berkeley in political economy and trade, you said yesterday.
Half of my thesis is that.
Half of that.
Is compatibility.
Compatibility, okay. Trade and compatibility. So international trade is a common thread for some reason. Maybe it was, by that time, was a very important topic. And he has been a professor at MIT, Northwestern, and then he became very active in consulting. So he has a very interesting, important contribution on networks, mix and match approach on embedded and innovation. So then we are here at the present days. There is a little bit of uncertainty yet for what's going to happen in the future. But so let me really conclude this introduction of our guest speakers saying that So you certainly had a tremendous impact on competition policy in Europe. And I think we are grateful for what you have done. And we have to think ahead what's going to be next. And we really hope, also through this interaction with you and the discussion today, to have an idea of where the competition policy of the future can go, or what we can expect. So again, welcome everybody, and thanks a lot. And then I'll hand over to Magdalena and Philip for the moderation of this panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you for this kind introductory words. So thank you very much to all of you for joining us today. My name is Magdalena. I'm a PhD researcher in the economics department at the EUI, and I'm joined by Philip Lupinski, who is a law researcher also at the EUI. Thank you very much for coming today, and thank you to the DCI for having us with this great panel of speakers here. And I don't want to keep you much further from actually hearing the speakers speak finally. Before we look at what the future, or what we are expecting from the future, I still want to take the chance to have 4 speakers here today. So we are almost spanning 20 years, and with some gaps. And we are generally interested to see how the role of the chief economist and the chief economist team changed over the years. And Giacomo did some great digging for us and looked into your thesis. And maybe you could see, or could tell us whether your thesis actually affected your term, or whether it was more events within DG Comp that shaped your term, and how you think you could have long-lasting impacts. Maybe we can start with Damien, who was first in the line.
Okay. I guess that the main point I want to highlight is that it was all very easy for me, in the sense that I came at a time at which there was a high demand for economic analysis for various reasons. The first reasons that Giacomo has mentioned already is that there has been a series of court judgments in the early 2000s, in particular Airtour's first choice, Tetra Laval-Sidel, Schneider-Legrand, and the partial annulment of GE Honeywell. And these all came within a period of about 2 years. And what is striking about these court annulments is that the court pointed to 2 things. I mean, the court pointed in all of these cases to the fact that the economic analysis was lacking. So there was a clear recognition that the economic analysis was insufficient. And what is also very important to understand the history of the development of the position is that the court also pointed to issues with respect to the way in which the investigations were carried out by the Commission services. So there was a clear concern about a prosecutorial approach in mergers. I mean, that was at the time, or immediately after the merger task force. So at the time, there was a merger task force that was separate from the rest of the institution, that was dissolved by Commissioner Monti. And precisely because there was a concern that this merger task force was developing an identity such that they were becoming prosecutorial. So in that context, something had to be done, and as Giacomo has indicated, Commissioner Monti had a very clear view about what had to be done. And I think that is something that he expressed very clearly when he announced the creation of the position. He did that in Fordham in 2002, and he highlighted 2 dimensions. He highlighted the fact that one needed to have economic analysis, and one needed to have a system of checks and balances within the Commission in order to avoid the sort of prosecutorial tendencies, or at least, I would say, the bureaucratic capture that could be observed at the time. And I think what is striking, in order to understand how easy it was for me, is that Commissioner Monti actually said it, and he actually meant it. I mean, I think that there are many commissioners who say that, you know, they want to do more economic analysis, but Commissioner Monti actually was he actually meant it. He actually wanted to do it. And when he left the Commission, he actually expressed clearly that from his perspective, one of the main dimensions of his legacy was precisely to have achieved, and I'm quoting him, such that there was a major trend of his mandate has been to ensure that competition policy is fully compatible with economic learning. Of course, I mean, Hendrik was the chief economist with Commissioner Monti. I came in at the time with Cruz, Commissioner Cruz had taken over. But I think that there was still the same spirit, at least during the first years of the Cruz mandate, that was inspired by what Commissioner Monti had done. And in addition to this internal validity, I mean, this internal support, in addition to the fact that there was a clear demand from the court, there was also a clear demand from other constituencies around the Commission, and in particular the companies involved in the investigations, who also had a clear demand for more economic analysis, as well, I would say, and at the time it was important, as well as a clear demand from the American partners. I mean, the American partners at the time were much more influential on European competition enforcement than they are now, and they clearly wanted to avoid what was perceived at the time as the potential risks of having decisions that would deviate from one another. So there was a concern about conflicts across jurisdictions, and the Americans wanted, or were very adamant to have within the Commission more economic analysis, which they perceived would lead to more convergence between decisions in the EU and the US. Now, I don't want to say too much. The one thing I want to emphasize, and I guess that Hans Friedrich, who is here, can also testify to that. I mean, he was the shadow chief economist for a few years, and there was a debate at the time when Hendrik came about what should be the internal organization of the team, and there was a debate about whether the Commission should adopt the FTC model, which is one in which there are essentially parallel investigations. I mean, there is an investigation undertaken by the attorneys, and then an investigation undertaken by the Bureau of Economics. And the main advantage of the FTC model is that, of course, there is much better quality control of the economic analysis because it's all undertaken within one group. You can ensure better incentives in terms of the development of human capital for the members of the team because they are all part of one team with a clear identity, and there is greater flexibility in the allocation of the resources which are decided upon by the Bureau of Economics. But the Commissioner didn't want this. The Commissioner wanted to have a combination between a support functions and a checks and balance function already, as Giacomo has indicated, so that he wanted the chief economist and the team to be, and again, I'm quoting him here, and actually in particular quoting the mandate of the chief economist, such that he should be closely involved with the day-to-day casework of the case team, getting involved early in the investigation, giving economic guidance and methodological assistance. So it was very clear that he wanted the chief economist team to be involved with the case team from the very beginning, and as far as I understand, this has been the model ever since. And again, quoting from the mandate, with respect to the checks and balance function, it suggested that the chief economist provides the commissioner with an independent opinion, in particular before a final decision to the College of Commissioners is proposed. So it was clear that, I mean, this checks and balance function is remarkable for an institution like the Commission, because you would expect an institution like the Commission to actually organize bureaucratic capture. I mean, to make sure that a new institution that they are creating is actually an institution that they will be able progressively to capture. But that was not the design, and as far as I understand, but it's for the others to say, this checks and balance function has been preserved. And it is actually so deep that the recommendation of the chief economist is accessible to other commissioners. And maybe to have just one element with respect to this, this is the only instance in which I have experienced tensions with respect to the checks and balance function. When commissioners who were not competition commissioners wanted to have access to the final advice from the chief economist when proposals for decisions were put forward to the college by the commissioner. But I think that the fact that from the very beginning there was this possibility that there was an obligation on the chief economist to write these final advice, and that those were accessible by commissioners by other commissioners is actually very significant. I don't want to crowd out the time of the other chief economists who had probably much more sort of better experience than I do, so let me stop here.
Thank you, Damien. Maybe now ask Kai-Uwe online, please.
Yes, and first of all, my apologies that I cannot be there, but it was really out of my hand with Lufthansa not being able to get me there. And actually, as I find out, wouldn't have gotten me back today either. So I'm glad I can at least be here online. And let me kind of continue with some of the things that Damien has said, because I think it's very much my certain things that he said ring very much true. I think during my time at the Commission, that culture of being there to do facts-based competition analysis, kind of rigorous analysis, get away from the history of mergers that were problematic and so on and so forth, was very much still ingrained, but kind of against the background when things were already changing. So what I've seen kind of as a real break in attitudes around it, that the Commission, that the DG Comp at the time, and also the Commissioner at my time, Almunia, were still resisting, were conclusions from the financial crisis that kind of all of these market things didn't really work. They hadn't prevented the financial crisis, and so it was much more legitimate to kind of come in, intervene directly from a political point of view and implement what one wanted. That didn't really have a big influence yet on what we were doing. There were kind of first attempts from members of the college to question things that were being done, both in mergers, but also in antitrust. And it came only in after I was out that really when it came to the commitment decision that Almunia was trying to get through in the first Google case, that was really stopped on the political level, and not so much on the level of the analysis that had been there up to that point at the Commission. So in that sense, I was also very lucky. There were people in DG Comp that were kind of coming from a transition of impact assessment and had pushed impact assessments through. The issue of what are we doing, facts-based analysis, facts-based, evidence-based policy was very important. We had an audit from the European Court of Auditors about ex post analysis that had actually not been done by that time, but was in the process of being done more intensely. So the system of checks and balances was clearly still in place, which was extraordinary. It was quite important. There were things at the edges where case teams did not like that very much. And on the economic side, on the other hand, there'd been this big building process under Damien that there was this team of 30 people then. And really the question was, at that point where there was this rapid growth, it was very much a question of how do you organize yourself? How do you make this large team more effective to work into the cases? How do you set priorities? How do you organize that, put in a management structure so that you could control what was happening, to systematically be in cases early that needed an early intervention, and so on and so forth. And I think there really what happened through that mandate was an intensification of the ways that the chief economists team worked with the case teams. So it was very clear that on all cases on which the chief economist team worked. There was at least one and often more, sometimes up to 4 people in big mergers, members of the chief economist team embedded in the case team. But what was very important, and that kind of reflects this compromise that I think made this even superior to what the FTC had. These people were still sitting in the chief economist team. They were still under the scrutiny of the chief economist. So people were reporting to me what they were doing. And the main questions became how to actually be effective in the economic advice. So you could steer cases in the direction that made economic sense and block things that didn't make any sense. And when I arrived, I felt a little bit that the team had very much internalized the checks and balances position, and that sometimes made it more difficult to interact with the case teams. So one of the things that I made very clear was that the checks and balances things were really coming from the chief economist, and that the case teams had to, with the chief economist team members had to work with the case teams really in the support role to kind of provide as good as economic analysis as possible. And the point then was that I said, look, and if you don't like something, you come back to me, and then you can go back and say, I'm so sorry, but Kai-Uwe doesn't like it, but it's not you who's the one who's calling back the case team. And I think that kind of positioning in front of the case teams was very important. It's led to a lot of, there was a lot of economic analysis before, of course, under Damien, but I think the integration of economic analysis in mergers actually increased very significantly. The volume of what was done was very large, and we had kind of one case after another where case teams were very happy, and the hierarchy were very happy because they thought the economic analysis had really contributed to a much more solid case. So I think that went really well. I think it was always much harder in antitrust to get a footing, because in antitrust, the problem was that you needed, as an economist, to say much more often no. And it was very difficult, and I think Damien and maybe Massimo also have stories about that. In antitrust, it's very difficult to shut cases down that you think are bad cases, because they've run for a while. There's a real, sunk cost fallacy going on, or it's not a fallacy. If you've run a case for a while as a head of unit and then decide to close it down because there isn't anything, then that looks like like having wasted resources, and it doesn't count for your productivity because you haven't produced a decision. And so those types of incentives were really there for case teams to keep cases open and to come to something where there was an intervention, even if it was a small intervention. And we've had that where we had to write kind of like a 20-page paper reasoning why we thought there was no economic case to be made and that it should be shut down. That was a case in which it was, but the case team was still allowed to negotiate some amendment to the contracts that weren't a commitment decision, but were imposed kind of outside of a commitment decision. So the case team didn't feel too bad about it. So I think those kind of persistence issues in also cases kind of where one theory of harm was probed after another, that was very hard to kind of get control of. And it was also very hard because in antitrust cases, there are kind of these stop and go situations, and you're a bit at the mercy of whether the case manager is someone who actually wants the economics in there, and then you have leverage. And if not, you have case managers that know very well that if you're really busy and can't pay attention and have several big mergers, that is where you push the antitrust case forward because you get less scrutiny from the chief economist team. So there's a lot of that strategic posturing going on, which you can basically only control when you have kind of a very good structure, keep yourself informed, And I think that is something that I see from my perspective now has gotten much more difficult with the increased workload, with kind of a constant number of people in the chief economist team. And I think I'm going to stop there and hand it over to, I guess, no, someone else is going to hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai-Uwe. Massimo, please.
Well, by now I think we have already touched upon all of the possible topics. So just let me pick on 2 or 3 of the themes which have already been mentioned by Kai-Uwe and Damien. So the first one perhaps is the fact that, as both have already mentioned, the chief economist has really different roles there. One is the support role, the other one is the check and balances role. He also has a management position because he has, I say he because it's typically, you know, a man which has done it so far, but hopefully in the future will be a she. But anyway, whoever is the chief economist has also a team of 30 people that so there is a management role which is quite important. Then also the chief economist is supposed to represent the Commission in international fora, which is an extra thing, which is, it means also somebody who needs to be able to speak in public and to know what to say in public without damaging the institution, hopefully. So there are many things that the chief economist has to do, which also means that there are difficulties for the team as well. So in particular, the fact that you have this, on the one hand, you are, say, ultimately responsible for the economic analysis in the case. On the other hand, you are assumed to be independent when you are sitting down in the meetings with the commissioner. Means that there is inherently, there is a conflict between the two things, because you cannot sort of sponsor a case or let the case go ahead sometimes for months or for years, and then arrive in front of the chief economist and pretend that you know nothing about it, or even worse, say the opposite of what the team or the services have done until then. So this is a difficulty, and I think we live like similar way as Kai-Uwe mentioned it. The way in which I decided to go about this was basically to have a full coordination with my team, with the chief economist team, to make sure that there were no conflicts, at least in our dialogue, in our work with the rest of DG Comp. And also it means that somehow the chief economist has to protect the people of his or her team. So this is probably the most important element of this position, the fact that there is this conflict, and then people might decide to go about this conflict or contradiction or this dialogue, call it as you want, in different ways. This also means the fact that you have these checks and balances, that you are there discussing with the case teams, etc. This also means that, as I used to say when I was there, that I was the most unpopular person in DG Comp. So you have, this big skyscraper with 26 floors, and I think that, the 17th floor, there is the person who is probably most hated by the rest of DG Comp. I'm kidding, but there is a part of reality into this. Because what happens is that the chief economist at some point might explain to the commissioner that this case should not go ahead. And one of the difficulties very often, especially when it comes to antitrust, as Kai-Uwe also was saying, that there are cases which have merit and there are cases which have no merit. And then there are cases which might have merit if they were framed in a different way. And so the role of the chief economist is to say, well, look, here, you don't have a case, or here, if you want to have this to go ahead with this case, then what you should do is to set it up in a different way. And when you have people who have been spending weeks, months, or even years working on a case, and you have somebody who comes and say, you don't have a case, this case should not go ahead, then it's not surprising that what you are doing is not something which will be very appreciated by people who have been in that position. And it's natural. So this is one of the biggest difficulties of that position, and by reflection also to the other people and at the chief economist team, to the extent that they are coordinated, and they should, with the chief economist. So there is this issue of sunk costs that Kai-Uwe mentioned before, that might, you say that in economics there is sunk costs, bygones are bygones, but actually once you have spent 2 years on a case, it's very difficult to close it. There is also another thing which is very important, and I don't mean when I say that in a negative way, but we have to also to understand the career concerns within an organization. Now, if you are a case handler, or if you are even a deputy head of unit, or etc., then your chances to make career also depend, when we are talking about antitrust, in particular for mergers is a different thing perhaps, but your chances of career depend on the visibility that you have within the institution. So if you have a case which goes ahead, then what happens is that there are higher chances that you are going to sit at the same table explaining the case with first the head of unit, then the director, then the deputy director-general in charge for antitrust, the director-general, and then the commissioner. So there is an inherent incentive to try and bring your cases forward. And that's also, something that one should be aware of, the fact that there is this push towards trying and push the cases even in situations where perhaps they shouldn't be pushed that much. Now, so this is also something which is very important. Career concerns are also important within the chief economist team, of course. And basically, when I arrived, I have already inherited a chief economist team which was up and running, which worked very well. Damien had done an amazing work from that point of view already before Kai-Uwe and before me. So the only thing that I did was to try and develop the possibility to have some career path within the chief economist team. So after a long battle, I managed to have the position of head of unit within the chief economist team, which gives some possibility for career within the chief economist team itself. Nowadays there are 2 heads of unit, so these are continued, and the idea was that then these people at some point would go somewhere else within the commission. Actually, what I have underestimated is that it's much more difficult for people who come from the chief economist team to then make a career elsewhere at DG Comp or at the European Commission. Perhaps also because they are not liked because of their position of checks and balances that we have mentioned before. Perhaps also because what happens is that if there is a director which has to be nominated at the DG Comp or elsewhere, then you have already other people who are already there, maybe in some particular units which have already accumulated credits and which have higher chances. So the fact is that the idea was to try and promote mobility from the chief economist team elsewhere, I mean, I'm not sure that this has worked very well. There are also good economists within DG competition, and I thought it would be useful to sort of strengthen the economic analysis beyond the chief economist team. So my idea was also that people from the chief economist team should not stay all the life at the chief economist team, but at some point they should go to other units at DG Comp, and I'm not sure that this has also happened quite a lot. Internal organization is probably not very interesting for you, so let me just talk about something else. We're talking about this historical perspective, and Damien, and to some extent, Kai-Uwe said that they were very lucky because the moment they arrived, there was a demand for more economic analysis, etc. So when I arrived, I have a very clear agenda. In particular, I had worked a lot on exclusionary practices, on one or two cases, etc. And very little after I arrived, there was the first General Court judgment on the Intel case, which basically says economic analysis irrelevant. You can forget about it. So whenever I tried on abuse cases to promote a more economic approach, then my colleagues were saying, well, what for? We can make things much simpler without any economics, and this is, after all, the approach which is being supported by the court. I try to make the point that this was just the General Court, and we might want to include anyway some economic analysis. First, because it's necessary. Second, because the Court of Justice might say otherwise, but I wasn't very successful. So my experience from that point of view has not been particularly lucky, because I was at a point in which economic analysis, especially in abuse cases, was judged within the institution to a large extent irrelevant. Remarkably, it was completely different for merger control. Because for merger control, it was exactly the opposite. That is, in merger control, when I was there, it's clear that we had a perfect wedding with the people of the DG Comp. We are sitting at the table deciding to work together the cases, what to do in the cases, and continuing a trend which I believe had already started before. Economists were involved in merger cases from the very beginning to the very end, including, for instance, so not only market definition, competitive assessment, and efficiency gains, but we have been involved, the chief economist team has been involved a lot, for instance, in the design of remedies. In remedies, it's particularly important to understand what is not only the ability, but also the incentives of the buyers, to compete in the market. So economic analysis is very important when you design the remedies, and the chief economist team was really on board of that. It was basically the driving force, or one of the driving forces, when you design the remedy. So somehow this experience was a little bit binary, relatively negative on antitrust cases, and very, very positive on mergers. Then there are other things which happened, including digital cases during my 3 years, but let's stop at this point.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I also notice that when Kai-Uwe speaks, it seems like his voice is coming from the heaven. And finally, in an appropriate way of displaying his wisdom. We all agree on that, right? Let me kind of talk, of course, many points have been made, but I'm going to reinforce some of them and have a little bit of a different perspective, because contrary to Damien, I cannot say that I had a very easy term. Just to put things in perspective, During my term, we had to revise the vertical guideline, the horizontal guideline. We started revising the advice on Article 102. We revised every single, essentially, state aid guidelines, all right? Then we had to deal with issues like the green dimension, the labor dimension, the sustainability dimension, the value chains dimension. I thought I'd escaped from compatibility, but then DG growth started, and of course, as you can imagine, my phone started ringing a lot. Then we had things like, big crisis, the Inflation Reduction Act, big catastrophe. We had the Ukraine event. We had COVID, not only the impact of COVID on managing a team that is no longer there, but the Ukraine and COVID event created a lot of extra work and pressure on state aid, which is something that we had to deal with and took a significant amount of resources. And then on top of it, it was not enough. And it's not, an independent event. I think we had one of the commissions overall that was probably one of the most political commissions in recent memory, and a commission where, frankly, competition had very, very few friends. So Massimo mentions that when he came, there was a little bit of a, blowback against the use of economics within DG Comp. From that point of view, I would think that we've gone back, and I think the status of economics within DG Comp has been at least partially restored. But what we face is really helping DG Comp itself to fight the absolutely amazing attack on competition that came from other parts of the Commission. Okay. So that was not an easy time. So how do you try to work through this, and where are we now? First, I would also echo Massimo, saying that if you have to put attention on something, you have to put attention on the CET and its members. After all, they're the one who stay. You're only there for 3 or 4 years. There are there are two implications for that. The first is that you have to take care of it. You have to take care of the morale. You have to be accessible. You have to, as Kai-Uwe also pointed out, help them perform this double act of being part of the case team, but also part of the balance. And because of that, you yourself probably should make yourself a little bit of a lightning rod. If there are conflicts, it doesn't fall on the member of the CET. You're the one who's going to intervene. Also, it also means that you have to take care of the member of the CET in terms of career planning. Now, when I came up actually at this stage, and I know it's not Massimo's problem, but I think for a few years the issue of caring about the career planning of people in the CET had been neglected. So that's something we did, and I have to thank people like Hans Zenger and Luis Romero to draw my attention to that. And as Massimo pointed out, the problem with career planning is that where do you go when you come from the CET? Multiplied by the fact that you should probably, with a few exceptions, not stay in the CET for the whole of your career. Why shouldn't you? First, because at least you should go and see elsewhere, so that you're not just an economist, that you learn a bit more about the reality of the other side of the table. Also, maybe that you're not just a competition economist. Then sometimes you just go to other DGs and learn about how to use your formation as, say, a macroeconomics a little bit more broadly. Okay? But the problem is that how you do this. And yes, Massimo, we've tried again. We've tried to put this train back on the rail. I've said repeatedly to members of the team that nothing personal, but most of them should not be there forever. And we've had quite a bit of success in placing people in other DGs. But on the other hand, there's still this big barrier of moving within DGs. And it's a combination, just like during your time, of being a bit afraid of the big bad economist, but mostly the fact that if you're head of unit, as part of your management, very naturally, you've made implicit promise in terms of promotion. That's the management tool. And you loathe to break those promises by bringing somebody from the outside. So within the DG, it doesn't work kind of very, very well. Now, assuming the second implication about the fact that you really have to take care of the CT is that you actually should not come there with too specific an agenda. Why? Because nothing is going to discredit the CET and its role more than having the position of the CET change with the chief economist every 3 years. So you will find yourself in a situation where, of course, you completely disagree with something that's been done before. Yes, you've got to change that. But there are situations where really you're going to have to swallow a little bit hard and say, we're just going to, inflect the trajectory. We're not going to change it. Otherwise, you're just going to discredit the role of economics within the institution. It's not your CET. You're there for 3 years to help the CET and help the CET within the institution. At least that's my view. Now, in terms of what we're there to do, and that I completely agree with Kai-Uwe, what we're there is to look at the case objectively, and we should look at the case objectively as possible from the very start. Why from the very start? Well, somebody has mentioned the necessity of looking at facts, of looking at industry and how the industry works. That's the point of departure. If you don't understand the way the sector works, you have nothing to say. And I think some of our legal colleagues do not understand that this is mostly an economist's job. As a lawyer, you have no idea about how industry works. How the economy works is a job for business people and economists. So the old model where essentially the case team kind of, plotted through with their view of how the thing works, and then talk to us a year later for antitrust, say, oh, we've got some empirical things to do, why don't you do it? It's crazy when you think of it. It's really hubris. I'm sorry, however smart a lawyer you are, your field of expertise is not how the sector works and whether it makes sense or not, or identifying market failure and this kind of stuff. That's not your expertise. So we have to really insist being involved from the very beginning, understand how things work, therefore from there discuss theory of arm. And of course, when you discuss theory of arms, you talk also to the lawyers, because there's a theory of arm in terms of economics. This is how it's going to be translated in legal term. And there's some flexibility as you can do that. You should be involved in designing requests for information in the beginning, because sometimes it's some case teams that are less cooperative, and they do their own requests for information. And then a few months down the line, you say, oh, do we know about A? Which is the first thing an economist would ask. No, we didn't ask. No, that is not doable. We have to be involved and make sure that the correct information. Of course, you can only ask correct information if you already invested in understanding the industry, and if you already have an idea of what the theory of arm and remedies, as Massimo pointed out, are. So because of that, we really, really have to involve from the very beginning to the very end. And what we really contribute there is our understanding of markets and economic behavior and the logic. Now, the logic, of course, in the back of our mind is backed by models and empirical regularities, and we know, but these do not need to come to the forefront formally when we talk to our legal colleagues. Now, what you have to avoid, and there will always be forces in the Commission that try to push you there, is a numerical expertise ghetto. Saying, well, we talk to you when there are numbers because we're lawyers, we can barely do Excel, which unfortunately is true for many of our colleagues in the Commission. So if there are numbers, that's for you, and the more complicated it is, the more it is for you. So that leads you to a position when we still have cases where it is a chief economics team that does market share reconstructions, which quite frankly, I think anybody with a brain should be able to do. It's the same because, our Jewish colleagues still cannot do Excel. So the first cost of being put into this ghetto is that you get work that you probably should not be doing, okay? But also, it's a very good excuse for only talking to you very late in the case. So that's something that is very, very important. And this is also linked to another comment. Many lawyers say, oh, economics is becoming less important. Why do they say that? They say that because they see less numerical computation, modeling in the decision and so on. For me, that's not a big deal. As long as the benefit is that we do a bit less of that, but a bit more of really being involved in the logic, I would think that the economic content is increased, not that the economic content is decreased. Now, as Kai-Uwe said, besides following the cases, what do? We do a lot of other things. And one of the things is trying to kill off cases. And it is said this has actually gotten really better under this term with especially Lindsay McCallum coming back to being Deputy DG for antitrust. She's put a lot of effort trying to weed out weak cases. Because you have people who spend 5 years on something that doesn't move, and then you have to drop after a while. Drop it after 2 years, and you save resources. But you have no idea about how hard it is to do. There's always this joke for people who are a bit puzzled by opera. That you've got this opera, at the end you've got the fat lady, and she dies. No, she's not dead. She sings another aria. Finally, she dies, we can go home, Maybe the kids need to go to the bathroom. No, she rises again, and so on. This is nothing compared to the number of time a dead case can be coming back from the death. This is absolutely kind of very, very, very spectacular. Now, one of the main jobs that you don't see much is not just what we do, but it's what we prevent. Is kind of the stupidities that we prevent. And that might be just bad cases, but also, crazy ideas or misinterpretation. Some of the crazy ideas come from outside DG Comp. This idea that the increase in concentration over 30 years has anything to do with the enforcement of competition policy. If you just have a quick look at just the facts, the number, well, the discussion should be over after a month. It's been going on for years. What came also across my plate is inflation. You've got this Russian inflation. We all understand why, because energy prices got up as well. Oh, no. It's got to have to do something with increasing concentration and therefore better competition policy. So you have something that explodes like this, and you have a slow trend that has been gone for 30 years, and you're going to find a convincing causal effect. I thought that there, after 5 minutes, the discussion would be over. I've given at least 10 talks about why this couldn't possibly be the case. So speaking of, trying kind of beating a dead rat, but you've got to do that. And it's not just because the people are stupid, although quite frankly this is a part of that, but it's because they want to be stupid. All kind of things are always part of this aggression against competition. Why blame competition? Because we don't like competition. Why say that we haven't done our job? Because then industrial policy is going to have to come to the rescue. Okay? Why are there kind of always emergencies? Why was the IRA going to kill off European industries? Because it's the perfect opportunity to ask for even more money from the European taxpayers, to weaken state aid control. That is the game that has been going on, and that personally, as a European citizen, I find especially disgusting. And that, as fighting this kind of attacks, has been a large part of my time and of the CT time in the last term. We ended up spending much more time on this kind of policy issues and on state aid, I think, than under any other circumstances in the past. There are also kind of the things that seep in from the inside. And that tends to be that the problem is that economic concepts that our legal colleagues find sexy, that some of them do understand, some of them don't understand, and then it's just, everything becomes that. Let me, example, tipping. You wouldn't believe every market is about to tip. Absolutely. Now, if you were to make a list of markets in the world that have actually tipped, you would not need half of this page. But anytime there's something, especially in high-tech, that tips. Yeah, I forgot, among the things we had to deal with by mandate, there's the DMA, just a little thing on the side that we had to deal with. Ecosystems. Now, given that my thesis was probably arguably one of the first economic analysis, or not the first, but one of the new economic analysis of ecosystems, listening to legal colleagues trying to explain to me that I did not understand ecosystem competition was especially kind of painful. Okay, so, and the problem is that if it showed a true interest in understanding how those things work, that's fine. But they just kind of use as magic words to then kind of justify half-baked theory of harm. And that's, again, something that one has to work very, very hard again. Some academics do not help. Thank you to my colleague who came up with killer acquisitions. You know, one of the most useless concepts ever to cross our desk from the point of view of competition policy. Now, everything is a killer acquisition and in market that is about to tip, and on top of this, there are ecosystems. You know, this kind of get old very fast. Then I will kind of end with, you know, a few things that have gone backwards. One is the issue of final advice. It used to be that we always wrote final advice. Now it's almost anathema. I was told explicitly that if I were to write a final advice, a dissenting final advice, I would have to consider tendering my resignation. Which ain't true, that's not part of the job, but I was told that. So in my case, I prefer to go through, you know, the more cooperative approach of not using final advice, but just of fighting as hard as I could until the decision was taken. I think it would be very, very good if slowly we could go back to a world where writing a final advice became the normal and not the exception. Because of course, the more it becomes the exception, the more it's the atomic option, so the more people object to it. So there's kind of a bit of self-reinforcing things. There's also, as somebody pointed out, a lack of economic expertise outside of the CET. There are some good economists outside of the CET, but there's definitely some things that one has to increase the hiring of economists in case team, so that we no longer have to do, you know, the more kind of routine type of numerical analysis, and also so that we have a bit more of an interlocutor in terms of, you know, being alert to, you know, deviation from the right logic in the case. Then finally, and I think it's too bad because the Commission, the DG Com actually is a lot of very talented people, both on the economic and the legal side, is that it's under-resourced at this stage. It's not just the economic team that has not expanded. For the last 2 or 3 years, there's been no budget to expand, and the additional positions we're given for the additional things like the DMA are just laughable. So as a result, at least the people who have been there for a long time tell me, it used to be that people were at least, you know, more interested in this, had time to think about the bigger issues. Nowadays, there's no such time. You know, I really, you know, there are a few people I had kind of interesting conversations, the big issue with, but this is not something which is part and parcel of your life at DGCOM, and this is too bad. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much to all of you. It seems really that the chief economist team and the chief economist is supposed to be a role of checks and balances and a supportive role, but then at the same time it still seems to be rather a political one. Also a little bit in terms of in which direction are we steering, what are the incentives and what are the objectives that economics really should play. And I think in that sense, Philip wants to...
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Speaking about politics, not only about European politics, but also about global politics, as we could learn already, even from the very first comments today, the event that aroused the greatest interest in the position of chief economists in recent months was American professor Fiona Scott Morton's withdrawal from applying for this key UI position. That's why I would like to start my first question with a quote from a 2005 paper by the first chief economist, Professor Roller. He described the then new office as the use of economics facilitators working closely with other jurisdictions. This is certainly true for DigiComp and their US counterparts, the FTC and Department of Justice. The reliance on economics has the potential to reduce conflict between jurisdictions. And that's why I would like to ask, what is the influence of economic theory on the relations between UI and USA jurisdictions today? Is competition law used for geopolitical power, and are economists contributing to this trend? Professor Kuhn, could I ask you please to answer first? We cannot hear you at the moment. You are muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, my apologies. I think the idea that we're kind of contributing to kind of something in geopolitics, I find that kind of a little bit out there. At least it's not my experience. Maybe Pierre has been contributing to global politics. I don't think so either, though. I think what was true, since you have referenced that when Lars Hendrik was talking about this in 2005, this is something that has manifested itself, and especially kind of in my term, namely that there was very close cooperation between the US and Europe. We were kind of, in terms of economic analysis, very much on the same page, and incidentally, I coincided with Fiona Scott-Morton when she was at the DOJ, and we worked together on quite a few things, and especially very, very closely on the ebooks cases. So that was, though, also a period in which Europe and the US was very closely aligned. So it was very easy. There was a lot of agreement on issues, for example, with patents that kind of more Republican administrations did not agree to the same degree. But I think if you're looking at Fiona's case, I think it's very, very hard to draw strong conclusions from this. I think this has been a result of probably a process in the appointment that wasn't ideal, but combined with politics in the background, where this chief economist position was a good way of fighting a fight that had little to do with Fiona, but very much more to do with internal fights with the competition and within member states. I mean, we saw this coming very much from one member state. We saw that kind of US conflicts were used for that to kind of smear her to some extent. I think it's a unique thing to have come about. I wouldn't expect that to be a problem in the future. I do think it is a problem for the perception of the job that is perceived as being more political than it used to be, and therefore also for difficulties as getting good qualified people into that position. So I think kind of one of the really tough tasks for the next chief economist is to kind of really make clear that that's not the case. And that probably means trying to have low visibility in the broader space and work much more intensely internally and kind of be heard internally, but not be heard externally very much, which often is a good thing. But I think kind of the political, in the sense that you're suggesting, I think the position is not, and probably also will not be.
Thank you very much, Professor Regibeau. I think you've been called out. Can we ask for your opinion?
No, I mean, I've never even implied this is a political position. This is a position which, because political opposition to competition weighs heavily, of course, on the commissioner, and your advisor to a commissioner, clearly you are exposed, but you're certainly not a policy-making individual, and you should not be. You're an advisor. I did not apply to there to make policy. Now, in terms of a relationship with the other competition authorities, and especially the US, there, sometimes there's always pretty good agreement among the economists on both sides, or so on. Sometimes with little different, ideological tints, but there's pretty good agreement. And that's nice because it provides some stability over time. Now, the superstructure that comes with that is going to be much more volatile. See what's happening today with the FTC. That's really kind of an event that people could not necessarily see, and this really throws the cat among the pigeon. And clearly, this is not good for the cooperation between the EU and US, because there's no way we can follow a Brandian approach, which I've already said before. You can argue that the Brandian approach is in the DNA of US antitrust, where essentially the Sherman Act was even more there to limit the general power of bigness and the impact on competition. There's nowhere in the DNA of competition policy in Europe. So even if we wanted to, we just cannot go there. And also, quite frankly, I don't think we want to. There are also differences that come not just from the people who are appointed at the agencies, but also the courts. We don't have the same court system and the same, judicial views in Europe, in the US, or in the UK. Actually, some of the differences between the CMA and us can sometimes be accounted for by different, standard of judicial review and this kind of stuff. So again, I think economists certainly do not get into international policy making. If anything, I think it provides a fairly robust backbone to which eventually things converge back, where the fantasies of more ambitious policy making kind of hit us in a somewhat random manner.
Magdalena?
Do you think we should write a more innovative approach to competition policy in the DNA of European competition law, Pierre?
What? What do you mean by innovative approach?
That it's more. That it's. That we care more about capabilities, innovation a little bit. What is the initiative of the DCI a little bit?
Ideally, yes, but the problem there is resources. We even don't have the resources to do the job we have very effectively. As I've mentioned, there's no time or resource for more informed, greater debate. What you propose is certainly interesting, but that certainly would involve some, careful thinking and, senior people spending a lot of time on this. Ask Olivier how much time he has to think about anything kind of serious. We just don't have it. So I don't know if we're going to have to do this. Either we need more resources, or maybe it has to come from the legislative side. But I would be very, very wary of what would come from the legislative side. That include both the Council of Ministers and maybe especially the European Parliament.
We will have a full session to speak about innovation and about dynamic aspects of competition at 11. And in meanwhile, I would like to ask Professor Motta about his opinion in the aspect of geopolitical character of competition policy and the position of chief economists.
Thanks, Philip. So there is one observation that I would like to make with respect to what has happened this summer, and the fact that Fiona was first appointed and then she resigned. I agree with what has been said by Kai-Uwe and Pierre, that this is somehow nothing to do with Fiona. It was just an opportunity which was caught for political reason to weaken Margrethe Vestager and competition policy in general. But this might also have consequences, because I do believe that the position of the chief economist and the chief economist team, as it's been designed, should stay the same way as it is and as it was designed by Monti. By making this position more political, or to be perceived to be more political, would be a huge mistake. So I hope that, hopefully soon the position will be advertised again. It will be very difficult, as usual, every year, every time that there is the vacancy, it's very difficult to attract good candidates for a number of reasons. Part have to do with the fact that the chief economist has to do these different things, and maybe somebody doesn't like the managerial role, or whatever. And also the fact that it's only 3 years, it means that you know already that at most you spend 3 or 4 years in Brussels. If you have a family, you have to leave the family behind, or and to do commuting, as I did, or instead you have to move the whole family, knowing that you have to move again, or you are at a stage in your career in which this is not what you want to do. So there are many reasons why, although in principle there are excellent colleagues who could do it, and I hope they will apply. 2 of them are here sitting very close to me, which I hope that they will apply. I'm not looking by mistake to the 2 people I've just looked at. But I hope that the fact that now there is this political dimension somehow which is perceived will not worsen things, first. Second, there is also another possibility, that is that if there are not good candidates, what happens is that there will be the temptation to change completely the nature of this position and to make it a bureaucratic appointment. That is, to appoint somebody as chief economist who is already a civil servant of the European Commission. And that would be a huge mistake. Not so much because there are not people who would be able to do it. Damien mentioned that there was a shadow chief economist once. There are probably another shadow chief economist already here. There has been, other people. In my case, I thought the chief economist was more Giulio Federico than myself. Now I'm sure that Hans Zenger and Luis Sauri are doing an excellent job. So it's not a matter of capability, but it's a matter of independence. And only if you get somebody who is going to come with the right academic credentials, who's going to come and is going to stay there just for a limited period of time, then you have the position as check and balances, which is going to be fulfilled. So I think this is very important, and what is going to happen in the next few months will be very important to understand whether the institution of the chief economist as we have known it so far will be kept or it will be modified, probably for worse. So this is what I wanted to say on this. On the geopolitical thing, which is related to that, I also have another wish. That is, it's clear that economists as lawyers, are lawmakers, etc., live in the environment in which they are living, and so they will have basically to be subject to whatever fashions or good arguments or bad events, etc., which are going to happen. So it's clear, for instance, in my case, that I am thinking probably of some of these issues in a different way than I used to think about it before the COVID, the disruption of supply chains for me has been something which I had not understood before it happened, and then with the crisis in Ukraine even more. But what I hope, that's my wish, is that economics will continue to play a role, not just in coming along and support whatever geopolitical objective might appear, but rather to put it on the right track. So, for instance, if we are going to talk about industrial policy, well, I think that we all know as economists that there are situations because of market failures and externalities in which it makes sense that there is public intervention in the economy. But there are others in which there shouldn't be. So I think that the role of economists and the role of the chief economist and the chief economist team should precisely to give a contribution in understanding what are the situations in which there should be an intervention and those in which there shouldn't be such an intervention, which is to a large extent what you do in state aid, but clearly in a situation like now where there is a lot of pressure to go towards national or European champions and to spend a huge amount of money in strategic industries. I still remember a situation in which the French had designed many years ago a list of strategic industries which included yogurt, for instance. So this is something that economic analysis should do.
Thank you very much. Professor Neven, can I please ask you for closing remarks in that aspect?
Yeah, I'm going to be very short because I largely agree with Massimo. I think that the episode of Fiona has made some institutional damage. I think that it has brought the chief economist position in the limelight, and it has given a perspective on that position which is not a correct one. I think that it's important that looking forward, from my perspective, given the experience that I have, that the chief economist is re-established as an independent, competent figure within DG competition. This independence, from my perspective, I mean, can be re-established if a number of conditions are met. I think the first important thing is that the chief economist should not express views on matters for which he is not competent. I mean, this is an important dimension. I think that inevitably, if you express views on matters on which you're not competent, you're brought into a wider political debate in which the support for the arguments that are being expressed is not always such a significant constraint. The second dimension is that I think that the chief economist should abstain from expressing policy views towards external constituencies. I mean, policy is determined by the Commission and by the Commissioner, not by the chief competition economist. And I think that the chief competition economist should simply, abstain when it's necessary, when he is not in agreement with the Commission policy, but certainly not express his own views with respect to Commission's policy. And third, I think that the chief economist, looking forward, should abstain rather than compromise. I think that one of the big danger in that position is that it is very often there is a temptation to make internal bargaining, that is to say, to support a case in exchange for obtaining something in another case. And I don't think a chief economist should be doing this. I think the chief economist should simply abstain when he doesn't agree, rather than be involved in internal politics. So what I'm saying here is that it's important to re-establish the independence of the chief economist. And I think the episode of the last year or so has damaged that perception. Now, what the Commission is doing at the moment, I think, is quite right. The Commission is taking time. The Commission has essentially frozen the process. The temperature has to come down. Then the position has to be opened and candidates have to be thought. And I hope that the next candidate is someone who will know to shut up or who will know when not to say something.
May I comment a bit this, because I don't completely agree with that. First, I completely agree, yes, with the fact that you don't want to move to a situation where however competently the job is done by people who are civil servants because they don't have the independence. That's pretty clear. I actually don't think this, right now my feeling is there's not much of a danger of that happening. Frankly, I haven't heard any commentary going that way outside of DG.com or within DG.com, so I really don't think there's any danger of that happening. I think the danger is more from the fact that during the controversy about Fiona, people misrepresented the importance of the chief economist, saying, the chief economist has a decisive role on competition policy and something like that. No, the chief economist is an advisor. tries to make sure that competition policy is implemented in a way which is consistent with economic principle, as the job is. That is the job. We do not set priorities. We are not part of the general discussion of the cabinet that determines even the policy priority of our own commissioner. We just don't do this. So we're not as important as that. Okay. On the other hand, yes, shut up, but you can't always shut up, especially when things at the intersection of competition policy and other things arise. And there, I would allude to the debate about industrial policy. I think that having a chief economist who in the last 4 years would not have spoken externally about the version of industrial policy and its implication for competition policy that was spelled out by other commissioners, for example, would have been the direction of duty. And I say by other commissioners. These things were never commission policy or pro-commission policy. So in that case, I see nothing wrong about speaking outside, defending the point of view of your commissioner, especially if you agree with us. That, I think, is just, shut up and don't say anything in this case would not be the right approach.
Pierre, if I may kind of just make very clear what the distinction is, because I don't think what Damien and you said are really that far apart. I mean, to the extent that the economic advice that one would be given is fully in line with DG Comp and the commissioner, I think then one can speak up because one is effectively speaking for the institution, I think. I think the point is if you have diverging opinions, et cetera, they do not belong in the public sphere.
No. Clearly, I mean, the principle of solidarity it's just like you're part of a cabinet, right? You have the discussion inside, and after that, you don't go say, well, but that is agreed. No. You shut up. You can always resign, okay? But and you're not obliged to just go out on the road and say this is the greatest decision in the world. But yes, no, on that we agree.
And I think one can also do that in a way where you make sure that the contribution is actually, in a sense, still a technical one, right? So when Fiona Scott-Morton, Howard Chalansky, and I kind of wrote this paper on SCPs, which kind of some in the commission didn't want, but the commissioner basically said, look, that's my position, you can publish it. That was kind of okay, but it's not, I think there is a recognizable line between kind of something that's clearly an expert statement relative to something that is kind of more sweeping, general statements about policy direction. And I think that one has to be very careful about when one speaks in public.
No, and that's why there are procedures, right?
Exactly.
If you want to publish articles or present something on a dedicated topic, it has to be approved by the Commission. Of course, if you use Twitter, it's a bit harder to go through the procedures, but yes.
Yeah, but the Commissioner has an incentive to capture yourself. I mean, the Commissioner has an incentive to let you say things that she wants to hear. So it's not only the constraint from the Commissioner on what you are allowed to say, it's also a self-discipline.
That depends on the commissioner, right?
But given that the commission never stopped me from saying anything I wanted, there was no self-selection in that case.
Excuse me, I think we could continue that discussion during the question and answers panels, because time management right now leaves us a few minutes only for one very short question. So I would like to come back to the very beginning. In 2002, when Commissioner Mario Monti announced the creation of the Chief Economist Office, he said that we are increasingly confronted with the need to investigate complex cases which require in-depth fact-finding and rigorous economic analysis. 20 years later, I would like you to answer in a few minutes, each of you, what cases are made the hardest to work on as a result of the still increasing complexity of the modern economy? We could please start with Professor Regibeau. Which aspects of the modern economy 20 years later, if the problems appeared already then, after so many changes in the way our economy works?
Well, just the fact that things change. I started by saying the first step is to understand the industry. right? And, you know, we now have a number of people who have a decent understanding at the general level of digital industries. But when you get into specific issues, for example, the AdTech case against Google, things are very, 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 very complex, just to understand. There are other things that are making things a little bit harder. You know, clearly, if you get into more dynamic industry, more dynamic theory of arms, getting the necessary data, standard of proof, I've discussed this last time, so I'm not going to go back to this. But also, if you look at Article 22, the fact that now we can look at mergers that are way below the threshold and kind of really incipient, the acquisition of incipient competitors. Well, what kind of arguments can you have? What kind of data? What is the standard of evidence? So those are the things that, in my experience, make for hard cases.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuhn. A few sentences?
Yeah, I basically agree with all of that. I think there's a mixture of two things. One is, of course, a lot of these things are very complex, but they were also very complex in earlier cases. So if I'm thinking back in the Microsoft case, where the first one where I worked for Sun, we also needed kind of to take advice from engineers who knew something about how protocols worked with which computers were communicating to each other and so on and so forth. There's more of that now, but I think that's in principle the same thing. I think at the same time, it's again that what we actually know also from the past and that we've known for a long time are and remain good guidance for the starting point to think about these things, even if they're new things. I think it's sometimes underestimated that a lot of the theories that have become very central now have been used fairly intensely. For example, also in the Microsoft media player case, that was a case very explicitly about two-sided markets and how restrictions on one side of the market allowed better extraction of profits on the other side of the market. That the remedy then was nonsensical was another question. But there is analysis that goes back, and I think there's also something that Pierre has spoken to. There is economics that we can apply to some of the terms that are being thrown around loosely now that are not all that new, but just need proper application and development of a proper set of relevant evidence. But that's a case-by-case issue. It's not really an issue of the framework that we have in order to do these analysis and how to think about getting from a conceptual framework to the relevant evidence that we need. That's sometimes difficult, that's sometimes less difficult, but I don't think that process and the framework that we need for that has fundamentally changed.
Professor Neven, your opinion on the most complex challenges of the modern economy?
I'm not exactly sure what that is, but what I can say is that what is difficult, what was difficult, and what will remain difficult is the dialogue between economic theory and facts and the evidence. I mean, the challenge is really to make sure that you have a decision which is supported by robust economic principles. I mean, that means that you need to have a theory, you need to make sure it's rigorous, and you need to have facts and evidence that support that theory. And, and that is more of a challenge in some cases than others. And actually, surprisingly, I'm not sure that the platform cases are more difficult from that perspective than some of the earlier cases. I mean, think about a case like Google Android. Actually, the economic theory is pretty clear. I mean, the facts that needed to be brought in order to enlighten that theory were not necessarily all that difficult to gather. So I'm not sure that, the general perception that the economy is becoming more complex because of platforms is necessarily correct. I think that, what is difficult is to bring the theory and the facts together.
And the closing opinion, Professor Motta?
I'm not sure that I have anything to add. I largely agree with what has been said, and in particular the fact that there is no such a thing as easy cases. So I don't know any of those. The way in which I look at it is a little bit like when one does economic models, which is that there is a hugely complex reality about a particular case or particular industry, etc. And basically out of this real world, which is necessarily very, very complex, you have to be able to understand and focus on the most important things. So this operation, which is the one that when you develop, by proposing a theory of harm and then decide that you need the facts which prove it or disprove it, is something which is extremely difficult. Then, of course, it's also true that, if I look at my experience, I now understand the digital industries better than I did 10 years ago when I was first looking at the Google case, or the Google cases, because I have been involved in the three of them. So obviously when there are completely new technologies or completely new industries, then there is an additional complexity. But to a large extent, I would say that the type of exercise is very similar to the one that you do for industries that supposedly one should know better.
Then thank you for all the answers. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your experience with us. And it reminds me of Cambridge scholar who said years ago that economics is too important to leave to the economists. And I think that the first thing we learn from the work of chief competition economists is that competition law may be too important to be left to lawyers. And what we learned from today's panel is that we are living in a very interesting times for that discipline, and we will have plenty of opportunities to learn from each other, economists about economy and lawyers about competition law. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think we are about to begin a coffee break.
Okay. All right. Let's, shall I continue? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for staying with us for this second panel of the day. Our panel is Innovation, Competition, Enforcement, and Policy Integration Challenges. I'm Özlem Bedre-Defolu. I'm a professor of economics at EUI Economics Department, as well as I have a joint chair at Robert Schuman Center. And it's my pleasure and a privilege to be the moderator of this very interesting topic panel with super distinguished guests and to ask them tough questions about innovation competition. It is a very exceptional situation for an academic working on this field of competition and innovation to have this, opportunity to ask about pressing questions that everyone has been working on in the field and struggling to solve, but also in particular ask them about the implementation of competition policy and how this has affected implications for innovation and incentives to innovate. So let me broadly explain or guide you a little bit through how I would think that we will be structuring this panel and in terms of topics that hopefully we will be touching during this conversation with the former chief economists. So first, I will put a couple of topics on the table. And I want to start with, of course, as an economist, I'm also always interested in trade-offs. And the first trade-off that came to my mind when I thought about this innovation competition topic was trade-off between innovation incentives and competition policy, or competition in the market or for the market. So the first question is, do we actually have a trade-off? That means, does actually competition lead to maybe lower incentives to innovate, or maybe we don't have a trade-off, and under which circumstances? I think these are very interesting questions. And this has been analyzed, discussed by academics as well as practitioners, and it has become even more important in digital markets where the types or the forms of innovation could take very different forms and shapes. And I think one thing very important to emphasize is the unpredictability of what innovation is when we talk about digital markets. And that obviously made the job of implementing competition policy very difficult when you are facing such a big uncertainty. And in particular, I would like to ask our panelists to talk about this aspect, looking into the digital markets. Second topic that I am willing to obtain their opinion on is how the implementation of antitrust policy rules and regulations have affected and will affect innovation. So it's a more positive question. So what has happened on the field based on their experiences and what they think will happen due to recent regulatory interventions and antitrust cases. So what are the main issues that we have been dealing with involving R&D intensive industries or rapid technological change and innovation? And do competition economists in agencies have a good handle on innovation or not? And the spillovers between regulation and competition policy and how they have been affecting innovation. For instance, recent regulations like data regulations and innovation affecting its effect on innovation. DMA, Digital Markets Act, and how this will shape innovation in digital markets, and similarly DSA, Digital Services Act, and recently AI Act. Now I have been also discussing with Giacomo and others the Data Act and how these things will shape the innovation in those big ecosystems in digital markets. And the third topic that now I am asking a normative question. what our panelists, as former chief economists coming from this very broad experience on the field, in the topics, pressing issues, how they see could be a better antitrust policy or approach, or what that could be a better tool to tackle this question of how to handle innovation in competition policy cases. Okay? How to integrate a more dynamic analysis of markets in competition practice. As an academic, I'm aware of the fact that even studying, theoretically dynamic competition is a very difficult topic, aspect. And so we have theoretical frameworks and models that could predict, for instance, increasing dominance in those markets where we have network effects, right? But then we need models that tell us when actually this can happen and when maybe a new entrant can get into the market and beat the incumbent, and which conditions will favor the entrance innovation being successful and which conditions would favor incumbents increasing its dominant position in the market. And these are very interesting questions from an academic point of view, but I think more difficult to answer is what should be a tool to detect those conditions, and I will be asking those tough questions to our panelists. Okay, so I don't want to talk more, and I would like to give the room to our panelists. I think I like the chronological order. That will give us how, over time, chief economist position and the team has evolved tackling these matters. So I would like to ask each panelist to give their intervention, 15 minutes per panelist, and then we will kick off the discussion among us and hopefully get some questions from the audience. So I would like to start with Damien and continue with the chronological order. Thank you.
Why don't you do the reverse this time, bro? Start with Pierre. I mean, he is the one who is most to say.
Pierre told me he will fill in the blanks. He chose this position of not giving me any, the hint about what he's going to talk about. And he said, I'm going to talk about all the things that they don't talk about. So it's so hard to start with Pierre at this position. Sorry.
That's the optimal strategy for a lazy person.
I will volunteer, but I'm afraid that I don't have good answers to the questions you're putting forward. And what I would like to do is to take a concrete example of a problem where innovation incentives are very important and where the issues have not been solved through enforcement or regulation in the last 15 years. And that's the issue of standard essential patent. And I mean, this will also give Pierre an opportunity to expand, because this is an area that he is also very knowledgeable about. So, I mean, I think we all understand what is the issue that arises with respect to standard essential patent. That is to say that these are patents that are becoming essential whenever a standard is being frozen. And to the extent that there is a negotiation about the royalties that is taking place after the standard has been frozen, there is the scope for hold up. That is to say, there is the possibility that the patent holders will be in a position to extract rent from the implementers, which will take advantage essentially of the investments that are sunk, that have been undertaken by the implementers, and take advantage of the fact that there is a significant opportunity cost in not being present in the market. And typically, the issue has arisen in cases with respect to the request for injunctions that the holders of standard essential patents have put forward to courts, which of course enhances their negotiation position with respect to implementers and can actually lead to hold up. Now, there were a couple of cases that actually were a couple of decisions that were taken at the time of Kai-Uwe with respect to Samsung first and with respect to Motorola. And essentially what the Commission did at the time is to take the view that seeking an injunction by seeking an injunction for an SEP holder would be an abuse of dominance, would be an abuse of the dominant position to the extent that they are seeking an injunction against a willing licensee. Okay? And the concept of a willing licensee was not clearly defined in the Commission decision, but the idea that if indeed the implementer was willing, the patent holder could not seek an injunction from courts. Now, the case law has, and before I sort of get into the evolution of the case law, let me say, why is that important? Of course, it's important because, in terms of innovation, because the distribution of the rents from the deployment of the products of the implementer will, of course, affect the incentives of the implementer with respect to their own investment. So there is an issue of how to share the rent from the deployment of the product in the output market between the SEP holders on the one hand and the implementers on the other. They are making complementary investments, and to the extent that too much rents are being appropriated by the SEP holders, the incentive to invest for the implementers may be insufficient. So that's why this is clearly relevant with respect to innovation. So what has happened after the initial Commission decision? There has been a decision by the court in the Huawei ZTE case, and essentially what the court tried to do in that case is to give some meaning to the notion of willingness and to establish responsibilities respectively for the SEP holder and the implementer in the context of the negotiation. The first thing that it said is that first is the responsibility of the patent holder to announce the fact that it has a standard essential patent, that if the implementer does not respond by stating that he is willing to take a friend license, the patent holder can then seek an injunction without infringing Article 102. So, I mean, there has been an initial statement by the implementer such that he is willing to take a friend license. Now, importantly, according to Huawei ZTE, if the implementer responds by stating that he is willing, then the patent holder needs to make an offer that can be deemed to be friend. And that's the important element in Huawei ZTE, is that it's then for the SEP holder to make an offer. Now, if the implementer does not respond or makes a counteroffer that is not capable of being friend, then again, the patent holder can seek an injunction without infringing Article 102. However, if the implementer responds or makes a counteroffer that can be deemed to be friend and there is no agreement, they still disagree, they may seek arbitration. But there is no consequence for the patent holder if he disagrees with the offer that has been put forward by the implementer. So what is really the main feature of this scheme as put forward by the court in Huawei ZTE? The main feature is that there is an obligation on the patent holder, which is a substantial obligation. That is to say, it has to make a friend offer, and it has to make a friend offer in response to what is arguably a weak commitment by the implementer. So the implementer just has to say that he is going to be willing to take a license, but then it's for the SEP holder to really make a complete friend offer. And arguably, this approach can be described as being somewhat imbalanced in the sense that it's really putting a strong obligation on the patent holder and a relatively weak obligation on the implementer. And what has happened after Huawei ZTE is that there have been a long list of cases and long list of judgments, in particular in Germany, which have completely modified the implementation of the Huawei ZTE framework. And it has been modified in such a way that if the implementers do not confirm the initial declaration of willingness through a consistent conduct in the negotiation, then there may not actually be an obligation for the patent holder to make a friend offer in the first place. So essentially, what the German court cases, and there are quite a few of these cases, have done, is to completely reverse the obligations, in the sense that, I mean, the patent holder doesn't have an initial obligation if it turns out that ex post the implementer does not confirm his willingness through consistent behavior. And so this change in the Huawei ZTE framework, which arguably was probably, I mean, tilted in favor of the implementer, is now completely the opposite, is that it's now again completely tilted. The framework established by the German court is now completely tilted in favor of the SEP holder. And there is a recent paper by Benno Bühler and others which models this, I mean, which models this shift of responsibility, showing that indeed it depends on some particular features of the core technology, but the basic idea is that indeed this shift in the way in which the court are implementing these obligations is leading again to the prospect that the SEP holders may be in a position to hold up, may be in a position to obtain rates that are above the front rate. Now, it's interesting actually, and that's actually a paper that I wrote with Pierre at the time, is that the Advocate General in the Huawei ZTE case had a different perspective. The Advocate General had a different advice from what the court actually put forward, and the advice from the Advocate General is very similar to what you find in UK courts, and there are sort of two important judgments in UK courts. I mean, one of them is Unwired Planet, and the other one is Lenovo. And what the UK courts are essentially envisaging is what Advocate General Watley, another Belgian, was putting forward. It was the idea that there should be a friend from Liège, that's right. There should be a so-called friend agreement between the SEP holder and the implementer, such that the SEP holder would actually abstain, would lose his ability to seek an injunction, and the implementers would commit to abide by a third-party determination, that they would commit to implement the determination of rent rates that would be undertaken by courts or by a third party more generally. Now, so essentially what I want to highlight here is that this debate is far from solved. I mean, that the Commission thought that it had put forward a solution to this issue of negotiation between SEP holders and implementers, and provided a solution to hold up, and the alternative, which is reverse hold up in case in which the SEP holder doesn't have enough bargaining power. But this is not the case, and the cases in Germany have reversed. I mean, it basically brought us back to the pre-Commission decision. The other thing I want to highlight is that the consequence of this approach has also been that the patent holders now have essentially a veto about, or have the choice really, about where the negotiation on royalties should take place, whether it should take place at the level of the components or at the level of the final product. Why? Because the German courts have taken the view that if a downstream firm argues that the royalty negotiation should take place at a higher level in the supply chain, this is a sign of him being unwilling. So essentially, I mean, it means that the downstream firms need to accept to negotiate with the patent holder. And then I have a paper with Gérard Lobet, which essentially shows that if you give the patent holder the ability to determine the level at which royalties should take place, that this is, in many circumstances, this is inefficient, in particular in the framework in which the downstream firms know less about validity and infringement of the patent. So if they know less about validity and infringement, then typically the patent holder will prefer to negotiate downstream, and he will actually he will actually impose royalties that are such that it discourages investment by the, both by the downstream firm and by the component manufacturers. You know, I don't want to go through the detail of the reasoning, but essentially all what I want to put forward here is that this is an issue in which innovation is arguably very important, in which the evolution of the case law has been such that we are now essentially back to where we were in 2010, and possibly with worse consequences in terms of the level at which licensing is taking place.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very, indeed, interesting start to this topic. So I would like to ask Kai-Uwe for the follow-up intervention.
Okay, I've prepared a couple of slides which are going to help me kind of get through this. So I'm going to do a quick screen share here. And let me say that what Damien has been talking about is kind of a sad state of what we've had after kind of all of that discussion, we were kind of, I think conceptually, kind of what the Advocate General was talking about is very close to what one had in mind, but it's always difficult when fights about legal terms that then get interpreted not necessarily in economic ways. I want to take a slightly different tack than Damien and not pick out a specific topic, but we'll try to cover a little bit these fairly tough questions that we've been put across. And I'm not kind of thinking that I'm going to answer them. I anticipate that on many things Pierre is going to correct me, but my approach to a discussion like this in the context of competition policy is really that we should be looking at things that are first order, or try to distill from the literature, which is of first order, and therefore kind of try to get rules of thumb that we should be looking at, that we can kind of bring to data, with a clear conscience that there are probably always situations that look a little bit different, and the degree of generalizations that I might be drawing may not be doing justice to the literature. But so now I'm okay. So let me first start with kind of what Özlem had been talking about as the trade-off between competition and innovation. And I know our tendency to bring everything down to trade-offs, but I'm not always sure whether that's the best way of thinking about this. Because I think especially in the context of innovation, that kind of issue of is competition good for R&D, or do we need some market power in order to kind of extract some benefits from our innovation, is really one that we shouldn't think about just in a trade-off, because that makes us think in a static way, but really from the start, think about this somewhat dynamically. And because then we kind of understand where these two impacts of competition or not competition come from, which is namely that, yes, tough competition gives incentives for innovation, namely if winning some competition on innovation, you get some rents for a while. And that's the underlying principle, of course, for patent protection that we have. But it's competition for something where you're generating rent from your innovation that you must be able to extract in one way or another. And that does not really comply very nicely with just basically market structure, because it's basically saying after the innovation, I want to give you a prize, but before the innovation, I want to have a lot of competition. So kind of in that context, you really want to look at the dynamics. And in the dynamics, the really fundamental problem that we have comes from something that goes back to Gilbert and Newberry on patent races, namely that unless there's some frictions in the market, there's a tendency towards these markets becoming more and more asymmetric, essentially from the insight that if you're very similar, you're competing very, very harshly. So someone's going to escape, and kind of in the next innovation, the incentives are higher for the one who is closer to monopoly and therefore losing monopoly power relative to someone who's catching up. So the only way that competition is persistent, it doesn't lead to, or the ways that it's persistent and doesn't lead to kind of long-run concentration in the market, is either that there's some frictions like switching costs or even network effects that are going to lead to incentives to exploit existing customers and therefore allow others to catch up on other customers and not compete for them that strongly. Or it is that one kind of has leapfrogging over and over again. And the question is, when do we get that? And I think we don't have a very good idea for that. I think that is also reflected in the literature. So I've recently had reason to kind of review a little bit what we have in terms of these dynamic models. And the typical thing is that if you have investment models and R&D models without market frictions, they tend to lead to increasing dominance. Action-reaction equilibria emerge, so where you have fragmentation in the long run, actually emerge only when you have those frictions with customer switching costs or even network effects. So kind of this idea that you get convergence to monopoly when you have network effects and you have to deal with the network effects doesn't come out of the literature, I think, from my reading, but Pierre may be the one who can correct me because he knows that literature better. With a step to reality, we do sometimes see action-reaction models, and that takes me back to a merger where I advised on in 1998 between Rauschenberg and Mannheim on machines that were doing, I think, blood tests or all kind of testing equipments. And these machines, there was innovation in these machines over and over and over again. But if you took a snapshot at the industry looked very concentrated. And only when you're looking about that over time did you see that someone would come in with a newer machine. After 3 years, someone else came in with another new machine. And there was actually action-reaction in the sense that everybody who had the frontier technology at that time would actually take over the market. So you had competition for the market, but it was repeatedly because there was always demand to have the best machine that was doing the most tests and so on and so forth. So I think one of the problems that we have is when we're looking at a particular market ex ante, we don't know what the conditions are where we're getting one or the other. In this case, we could actually show that the market shares that people were looking at weren't very representative of the actual competition that was taking place. Another point I think that's very much overlooked and that I don't see in the literature, but in practice really matters a lot, is differentiating innovation. That is horizontal differentiation. As long as your innovation is only in quality or in costs and everything else is homogeneous, you tend to get very tough competition when you're similar, and therefore that pressure towards increasing dominance is incredibly high. With horizontal differentiation, you can fit more in. And so if you have typically the successful entry requires something new that horizontally differentiates and creates a new market niche in one way or another. So that's particularly important when we're now getting into the tech world, where creating new things very often happens by recombining and adding different complementary elements. One step back. So this example of how you only by new things you're actually gaining big market share and can be very successful is kind of one recent example is really in delivery of fresh groceries to the house, where Gorillas, and before it a Turkish firm from which Gorilla took that recipe, kind of realized what was essential in order to make it more attractive for people is that they would deliver within 10 minutes. So in that way, when when you were going home and saying, well, I have to prepare a meal, you didn't say, well, let me go by the store and see what I can pick up and then cook at home. Let's say, let me go at home, look at the fridge, and if I still need something, I can actually buy from them. And that change of having that 10 minutes interval allowed gorillas to enormously grow, especially during COVID. So I think the other aspect is we have a lot of complementarity here. Complementarity means you have mix and match of different things that you're trying out. It's a bit like an evolutionary process. So the high-tech industries are just really characterized because of the sheer range of possibilities for combining different elements in complementary parts and being able to experiment with that. That type of high degree of complementarity with very many things being combined is actually something that is characteristic about a lot of high tech and also outside digital. So if you're thinking about biologic drugs, kind of the newer genetics-based kind of treatments that you get, you've had over a long time a problem of coordination because you have so many patent holders that you need to satisfy in order to kind of bring a product together, that coordination, at least kind of 10 years ago, was a real barrier to getting these things off the ground. Generally, innovation on the basis of complements has been really important, and this is where kind of this whole ecosystems argument comes from. And initially, really very much as ecosystems, as open systems that promote innovation. And the classic example is how Windows outcompeted the Macs by being open to third-party software, where Mac was a lot more closed. That kind of ecosystem approach with a central basis is also quite important for stimulating that innovation of independent innovators, because you need some kind of central coordination so that people can actually attach themselves to something else, which is kind of the base platform. And that gets invested in. So the coordination role is actually investing and making it through developer conferences, developer support, and so on, making it possible to kind of attach to these things. I want to say two more things that I think are a bit overlooked in innovation. One is where we're actually getting consolidation, and that's important for efficiency reasons, where there are issues of residual control and innovation. So if you're looking at the Intel-McAfee merger, that was really one where Intel could not by contract get McAfee to make the investments they wanted to make in order to kind of hard code software onto an Intel chip. For that, you need residual control rights to direct research. The whole thing failed in the end, but that was kind of a very important motivation, the residual control rights to be able to do that. Something very similar happened with Amazon Kiva. This is a kind of a merger I looked at when I was trying to kind of think about this killer acquisition topic, and Amazon Kiva might be something that would be caught in trying to review it because it had a fairly high value and multiple. Kiva was a producer of warehouse robots. But what you see there is that Amazon had a real interest in getting the company to fully focus on its standardized way of doing warehousing, and therefore make investments that are specific, that would be interfering with the incentives of the companies to also work for others. And then you kind of look at the market, see that there are loads and loads of robotics companies, and you come to the conclusion that there's here a real efficiency reason that just comes from residual control rights in ownership. And the last point, and I think Intel McAfee is also an example for that, is the experimental nature of a lot of the innovation. Very often mergers like an Intel McAfee are experimental to be able to try out certain combinations that you might think are going to give you an advantage, which then turn out to fail. And that type of failure kind of trying to innovate, trying to experiment and then fail is a really important part of the innovative process. You see that if you're looking at the history of Amazon, how often they tried out things and failed before a version of it actually succeeded is quite interesting. And that's really the engine that they're using in order to be innovative and being ahead of the crowd, or at least trying to be. Now, that kind of issue, how you're merging, for example, and how that is allowing experimentation, is just really difficult to assess as an efficiency in mergers. And so if they're innovation effect from mergers that come from complementarities and the possibility of experimenting with different mix and matches, that's something that we don't have a really good way of capturing. I want to very briefly, and then I think I'm going to close after this slide in order not to talk too long. I think one of the really difficult questions, and that's what the discussion here also has been about, is how good are our predictions from different theories for what would happen in markets and how innovation would change from a merger, and what is good empirical, or in other circumstances, and what is good empirical evidence to support specific theories of harm. I think this is something that Damien before had talked about in the previous session. This linkage between the theories of harm and the evidence one needs to bring to bear in order to support them. And I think that is the fundamental difficulty in antitrust applications of innovation theories of harms, because we have not been very good in making that linkage, at least to this point. And therefore, that is kind of, if one wants to go further in that, that's really where we have to work on. So what evidence, for example, can overlapping patents tell us exactly? How much do we know whether kind of what we can see in terms of patent groups, et cetera, has predictive power in markets? And I'm not sure how much we actually know about that. The second thing is also that we need some theories of harm that are strong theories of harm. And I think for me, some of the things that have been very attractive when I've seen back at mergers are ones that are based on capabilities of innovation. And because they work very much like capacity constraints, and we know how capacity constraints work. So it was very interesting that that's been applied by the DOJ in the Amatel mergers. Amat and Tel, two of the big companies in the production of instruments for the production of chips. So tools for the introduction of chips. They were basically not producing overlapping products. So there was no current direct competition. These were complementary tools that they were producing. All the lawyers were worried about bundling theories of harm. What the DOJ came up with, though, was that the engineering skills that you needed in order to build any of those machines were essentially the same, and that there was a limited set of engineers that could be working on these problems, so that you were essentially getting something like a capacity consolidation where you were wrapping up a large fraction of the capacity of engineering skills on this, and that would lead to the anti-competitive effects. I think this is a nice example how, with the right theory of what is constraining innovation, we actually can apply fairly standard reasoning to something, and where we can do that, that's what we should do instead of doing some other things. So let me just wrap up. I think we have to be somewhat clear that it's very limited what we actually can do, and if we're ambitious, we're in the danger of kind of speculating about what we're doing in terms of innovation and innovation competition when we're looking at special cases. I have always been against looking at innovation all the time in mergers, in every merger. I think that's the wrong approach. I think what we need more is, first of all, asking the question, how important is innovation? I think that's been done correctly. but also kind of start from the question of, do we always need to, even if we have potential innovation concerns? So if we have pricing concerns, I think we probably have innovation concerns as well. There are lots of models that are going to give you that. There may be the opposite, but maybe this is something where we should start and say, look, if we have pricing concerns, we don't have to go all the way in going in the direction of innovation concerns. Let's just take care of that through the remedies, which has been done in the past. Also, if we do not have pricing concerns, where do the innovation concerns actually come from under those circumstances? At least that would have to be specified. So sometimes the question is, can we deal with innovation questions basically through the appropriate remedies? And that's very much been done, because in most of the things where there have been remedies, there was a divestment not just of the business, but also of the whole innovation market. The second thing is start small and look at industry innovation patterns over time. Are there innovation cycles? Is there innovative entry? What drives the capability of the firm to innovate? Are those replicable? Just describe what's happening over time, what the firms are doing in innovation. I think that has to be the starting point before one does anything else. And that's probably more important than being very sophisticated about the theories that one does. For example, in a case that I didn't mention in the previous slide, in J&J Synthesis, the case teams only looked at reconstructions and market shares and completely overlooked that in a large part of this, which were kind of devices for spine operations, there was entry all the time by small spin-offs with new innovations in the market. We ended up in phase 2 completely clearing that. But there was an argument where I said that at the beginning, we shouldn't just stare at one-shot market shares, which were calculated for 1 year because it was 800 different markets, because of 800 different, because of many different products in 27 member states, or 28 then. And that is an approach that we shouldn't do, but first of all, kind of ask the question, how are things moving over time? So I think that's where I stop. And I'm looking forward to what others have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kai-Uwe. It was a very interesting overview of many topics, issues raised. And so I pass the ball to Massimo. And
thanks, Özlem. So I will try to answer some of the points that you made by talking about the effects of mergers upon innovation and investment. That to a large extent, whether we are talking about innovation or investment, the effects are similar. So I think I would start with some sort of considerations from theory, then try to say a couple of words about empirical evidence, and then I will mention a few cases, and so as to deal with the question of how antitrust agencies and the European Commission in particular deal with such cases. So starting with theory, so interestingly, I started to work on this issue about the issue of the effects of mergers on innovation and investment in the context of a stream of cases in the telecom industry, where basically we were confronted with a very heavy lobbying exercise on the side of the industry, which said that we should allow mergers because only firms make enough profits they could invest. And when we first heard about this, when I thought, okay, when I go out there, I'm sure there will be lots of papers on the issue. And actually we found that, me and my colleagues at the CET, we found that there was little, if not anything, on this particular topic, because to a large extent, the question had been addressed as the relationship between competition and innovation, to a large extent in a completely symmetrical way, whereas when you have a merger, what happens is that there is an inherent asymmetry which is going to be created. If you start, for instance, from a situation in which you have a full symmetrical situation, in the industry, two firms merge, then clearly what happens is that they have a bigger portfolio, and they start to have different incentives. So what is the starting point? The starting point is that if you are talking about horizontal mergers, then typically when firms are independent, they take their decisions without taking into considerations what is the effect of their decisions on prices or investments or innovations on their rivals. And in particular, when you are thinking of investments and innovations, to the extent that an investment or innovation by a firm is hurting a rival and it creates a negative externality, then what happens is that if a firm is more aggressive and invests more, it doesn't take into account this negative externality which creates on the rivals. This changes when the two firms get together, because then this externality is internalized, which means that there will be an incentive to decrease investment and in innovation. It's exactly the same logic as we explain why after a merger there is a market power effect. Before there is no internalization of the fact that a more aggressive pricing is going to harm a rival. When the two firms get together, this is internalized. So this is the starting point, and this is basically what we find. Also have work which has been published with Emanuele Tarantino on this issue. Of course, if you have big enough efficiency gains, then you can outweigh this effect. So eventually, you might have that the merger might have they create more incentive to invest or to innovate, but you need these efficiency gains. This is true when this sort of result that is that there is an incentive absent efficiency gains to invest less. It's certainly true when you are looking at cost-reducing investments. When you are talking about quality-enhancing investment, you might also have another effect which starts to come into play, which is that to the extent that the merger is going to increase the prices, it might also increase the marginal profits from investing into a higher quality of the product, meaning that overall you might have that even absent efficiency gains, in principle you might have that the effect is ambiguous, so it's not unambiguous anymore. However, two considerations are worth making. So the first one is that in that paper with Emanuele Tarantino, we show that for a very large class of demand functions, which are to a large extent those that we are using, a model of quality increasing investment can actually be written as a model of cost reducing investment, which means that even if it's quality enhancing rather than cost reducing, the effects are the same. Obviously there are some situations in which it doesn't this equivalence doesn't apply, and then the ambiguity still resurrects. The second thing is that for the merger to have beneficial effects on consumers, we should always remember that an increase in investment or innovation is not sufficient, but it should also be significant enough to outweigh the possible market power effect which comes from this type of horizontal mergers. Now, what is also important is to emphasize that so far I'm sort of assumed that given that there is a horizontal merger, there is this negative externality which is played by the investment of a company onto the rivals. In some situations, you might have that the externality is positive rather than negative. So for instance, imagine a situation in which there is, say, advertising by a company which enhances the general demand for the good. So this might also have, they might have a situation in which the demand enhancing effect is above the business stealing effect. So this might be a situation. And another situation which arguably is even more important is a situation in which you might have positive spillovers. So if you are thinking of research and development outlays, you might have situations in which a firm is not able to internalize fully internalize the benefit of the research and investment, the research and development that is doing, and this is going to benefit rivals. So if there was this positive externality rather than a negative one, then what I've said before, it's reversed, then you do not need efficiency gains for the merger to be beneficial. So this brings me to the fact that, just through this very quick excursus, we have already identified a few elements which might be interesting and you might want to verify on the facts of the cases. First of all, whether you have efficiency gains, which in this case are efficiency gains from a dynamic point of view, that is for investment and innovations. And then if, for instance, you have situations in which you have R&D spillovers or other positive externalities. So the latter, for instance, wouldn't happen typically if you have industries such as pharma or the agrochemical industries, where the innovation can be appropriated through patents, which are typically very well enforced. So these are theoretical considerations. When it comes to empirical evidence, I think it's not surprising that there is not a lot of empirical evidence. You might be aware of the fact that there is a huge literature on ex post assessments of mergers, or post-mortem, as sometimes they are called. But this is typically on price effects. For innovation, this is something which is much more difficult to identify, also because innovation has effects which are typically longer terms. Many things change. By the moment in which you take the merger to the moment in which you are investing and thinking of more innovation. So there is much narrower literature on this. There are a few papers on this still. So for instance, there is a very nice paper on the pharmaceutical industry by Carmine Ornaghi. There is a more recent paper by Giovanni Morzenti, which is on this, which say that the mergers tend to decrease investments and innovation. There is a paper by Haukapp and Stiebele where they say that the evidence is overwhelming about the fact that there is a negative effect for mergers on innovation. I think, I wish to believe that they are right, because this is also my gut feeling, but I'm not so sure about that. I don't think we have enough evidence to be able to say something conclusively on this. Plus, we know already that even if you find that on average, the effects is negative or positive, what matters is the particular case that you have in front. So, cases. I think that what happens, this is my reading about what the European Commission and notably the Chief Economists team has done over the last few years. I think that the European Commission, if you think of the process of innovating or investing towards products as a process which starts broad and then it goes down towards the product market. So there is something like upstream stages of innovation and then downstream stages where you arrive at development and then commercialization. I think that what happens is that over time the Commission has gone upstream. That is, it has started to investigate much more upstream. The pharmaceutical industry is a case in point where they have started to look at things which were sort of at the beginning of the regulatory process, from the innovation, that is the patenting of some molecule, to the final commercialization of the drug. And there have been a few cases which which are an example of this. So think, for instance, of Novartis, GSK Oncology. This is a case in which the Commission has really looked at very high up in the pipeline, or Dow Chemical DuPont has been another one. Then there have been other cases in which investment or innovation have been very important, like GE Alstom or the telecom mergers that I have mentioned before. Now, my overall impression, and I mean, obviously I'm not objective because a good chunk of these cases I have also done it during my term, so it's difficult to be objective in this case. But my impression is that overall the Chief Economist team have done a very good job in this, and there has been an effort in just going beyond, impression, and this might happen, and this might also happen, etc. So there has been cases in which the Chief Economist team has invested a lot in looking, for instance, at patents, patent citations, the substitutability between patents, for instance. So there has been a lot of effort in trying to understand what is motivating firms to invest and innovate. So a lot of effort in trying to understand how the industry works, in particular in the process of the creation of innovations, what are the possible competitive constraints. And also very important in my view, there has been also an effort in trying to understand and through the internal documents of the companies what was pushing the firms to invest and innovate, and what were their plans for innovation and investments after the merger. So if you have, for instance, companies who tell you generically about synergies, and then you see that from the internal plans that what they intend to do is just to close completely one of the lines, the research laboratories on one side, etc., then you clearly have a good view that maybe the synergies that they are thinking of are not so clear and real. Overall, one of the difficulties in this is also another point that you ask us to comment about, and then I'm closing, is the fact that clearly the more upstream you go into this process and the more uncertainty there is, which should not stop the Commission or any other antitrust agencies to take these cases on board, but admittedly is an extra difficulty, an added complexity to these cases. My view is that in such situations you have to take risks, and the risks that you have to take are risks that should not be shared by consumers, in the sense that if you think that there is a huge risk that the merger is going to decrease innovation and investments, then the first thing that you should think about is to preserve competition, and therefore not to allow the merger, or to allow it to just subject to certain remedies. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you very much, Massimo. So it will be a hard discussion at the end. So now I will turn towards Pierre for the remaining points that you want to make.
Of course. First, I would like to give an award to Kai-Uwe. I'm going to give him the Amelia Fletcher Award for spoiling the job by being overprepared. The slides were very impressive. I'm going to be at the other end of this kind of award spectrum. being clearly underprepared. I will make a few points and then try to give a bit of an overview of what I think the main effects we should worry about when we look at the link between competition and innovations are and where we are in trying to assess those effects. From the first comment I would like to make is about persistence of monopoly through the means of innovation, not talking through network externality, but through the means of innovation. And I would suggest that the example of such long-term positions of monopoly through innovation are actually, again, few and far between. Maybe IBM for a while and something like that, but they're few and far between. Now, why do we worry about it? Because of the theoretical model of innovation that we have. These are models of, R&D races. And R&D races are looking for, one big prize. It's either a predetermined prize, and the person gets it first, and the benefit of competition is that you're going to get it earlier than if you don't have competition, or it's still, you're competing on one thing, but you compete on quality, and therefore, the more you invest, the higher the quality of the innovation. But it's still very, very, very deterministic. And then feed into something that Kai-Uwe said, is that in our model, we tend not to have enough differentiation not of the product, but of the innovation and the innovation process itself. Yes. For example, a view of the innovation process that I'm very partial to is that it's not true that everybody can do everything. Implicit in our other view is that, a monopolist could do, if they wanted to, everything that a bunch of small firms could do. Is just that it might not have the incentive to, so we only focus on incentive. So that's not true. Innovation is a very uncertain process, and they start with ideas. I prefer a model where you have a natural distribution of ideas among the population. And sometimes you can trade ideas, but we know that the market for ideas are very inefficient. So given that, actually, the big firms cannot do what a bunch of smaller firms could do. So there's a very big benefit from ensuring that we're in industries where kind of the smaller entities still have a chance to innovate and not be blocked through anti-competitive practice. Okay? So I find this kind of view of innovation much more compelling than the traditional, 600 models of R&D races that we have. Actually, by the way, when I was editor of Journal of Industrial Economics, after a while, I had a policy that I would never publish another paper on research joint venture that kind of falls within the same idea that maybe you can beat a dead horse a bit too much. So, what about then the importance of innovation in antitrust? So let me start with merger. It's been covered already quite extensively by Massimo, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. The basic insight is that if you can track a direct link between the innovation and product market, and this is overlap in the product market, the mechanism for why you don't want merger is exactly the same thing as for prices and also competitive decision variable. That's fine. Okay. So where's the action there? The action there is at the efficiency level. And of course, you have the run-of-the-mill efficiencies, economies of scope, economies of scale, But there are other kind of efficiencies that come again from the nature of innovation, the fact that it relates to knowledge and to ideas, and then even patented knowledge is not necessarily something that is fully protected. And therefore, mergers can have benefit. Why? Because the diffusion mechanism inside the firm might be more efficient than the at arm's length diffusion mechanism through the markets. Okay? And it's a bunch of ways through which that work. I have this paper with Kate Rocket on a very policy paper in the Antitrust Bulletin some years ago, which has a table tries to link different efficiencies to different kind of market failures and make some suggestions as to how you would determine whether there are such efficiencies and so on. I think that's something we don't do enough. I think that in any mergers where innovation is important, agreeing with Kai-Uwe says that's not that we should look at innovation in any merger. In a merger where clearly innovation is important, not only DG Comp, but the parties should come up with reasonable efficiency case. There's 3,000 mergers too, but here I think the room for good efficiency argument is much broader, and I'm a little chagrined that the fighting parties don't seem to invest that much on that. So that's the basis for horizontal mergers. Now let's go one step up in the ladder, and we kind of look at technology markets, incentive to invest in the technology markets, and things like that. You can have foreclosure. Foreclosing, because I'm not going to license the technology to you. That again, the mechanism of the foreclosure is the same as always. It has to do with competition in the downstream market. Nothing much news there. Then comes the newer stuff, and Kai-Uwe kind of talked about it, especially in the context of the Amat-TEL merger, and the issue of upstream, of innovation capacity. Here, the foreclosure is not through withholding technologies, is not through withholding patents, it is through having a concentration of rare assets. And rare assets can be rare engineering talents. It might be some kind of, very big investment, cyclotron or something like that, using only 2 firms with a cyclotron or anything like that. Now, clearly, this kind of theory of arms can be applied, again, if you can trace the link between what you do as a downstream market very narrowly, but even if you can't, because the presumption there is that if you have the same kind of research capability, even if in the past you've never had innovations that operated in the same market, you will, in expected terms, you will have overlap. And therefore, we don't have to have the obligation of tracing that down all the way to the downstream market. And that's something that in Amat-TEL, in Dow DuPont, in Bayer Monsanto, and that's an approach I kind of fully support. The last comment about innovation issues in the merger context has to do a little bit more with kind of a vertical merger, one that didn't go through, which is NVIDIA ARM. And what was interesting that is that besides the usual kind of foreclosure theories of arms that was considered, there was one theory of arms that was being considered. Of course, since the thing didn't stop, it didn't go through, is that had to do with impact on the type of innovation, not on the level of innovation. Okay? And what I mean in this case, the point is that because NVIDIA only had need for a subset of the type of things that ARM was, that there would be a reorientation of ARM's scarce resources towards the things that NVIDIA needed at the expenses of other market, which is not necessarily good from the point of view of consumers. The last thing that I'm going to say about mergers is that sometime, and I think that DigiCom has done a very good job of that, but what is sometimes lacking, and sometimes you feel it, is people with an understanding of how research is done, not IO management of technology. On the ground, you have rival teams inside your organization. How do you do this? And that, if you go back to my view of this thing starting with ideas, if you have a merger between 2 firms, if you have a stock of ideas, how it's going to be reorganized is crucial to understand whether this exploitation of this stock of ideas is going to be decreased or is going to be magnified. So if you don't get into the detail of the organization, you're going to have some problems there. At a much simpler level, there was a recent merger. Frankly, I don't remember the names. There was basic chemicals, nothing really sexy. But there was a firm operating in the US and in Europe. And they wanted to have an agreement with us on the European merger. Okay? And at some point, the case team said, well, there's a problem because there's 2 kinds of R&D. This R&D close to the markets, and this tends to be local. What product characteristic is in demand in Slovakia? You've got the Slovakia R&D unit, but there was also kind of broader umbrella R&D. And there was one in Europe, and there was one in the US. And they say, because of that, maybe we cannot just deal with Europe separately. Okay. And there was a case where people at the case team kind of looked intelligently at things. And they first discovered that this general R&D was, not something extraordinary. So it was really very commonplace. And then we looked at patterns, and saw that actually looking not just at the pattern, but at the team members and where the team members were located. Okay, and we saw that this general U.S. center only had joint patterns with the people from the local U.S. things, and corresponding in Europe. So it was not, blue sky research that was then exploited. It was more kind of each area saying, okay, now this is a bit more general than we do, can you use it? So if you had one of those things packaged in the European divestment, that was enough, okay? So the point is there are cases where you have to look a little bit more in the detail of the innovation process. Now, very quickly about antitrust. The first issue, of course, that we worry about is the use of innovation and of the property rights that you have on innovation to extend your dominance. And especially if you extend your dominance through regulatory manipulation. And that's well anchored in our jurisprudence now. We started with AstraZeneca. It went on with a pay-for delay. We have a going case that looks at the over-exploitation of divisional patents. So all of these are preventing you from extending your period of dominance in a manner which is not competitive. Okay? So that's more under control. And then there's kind of, again, the foreclosure. And probably the poster child for that is an ongoing Illumina case. And I know that people in the US say, oh, you went overboard, because there's nobody there to foreclose. So let's be real here. The only reason there might be a difference between the US and Europe is because of a different legal standard as to what is a potential competitor. In the US, to be a potential competitor, you kind of already have to be on the ground. Not in Europe. So what we found is there was a situation where, for the downstream market, there's nobody who was at all established, but there were a few people who had started research, and clearly a bunch of others that wanted to do research. And you say, oh, it's just a question of time horizon. No, because the foreclosure was not in the product market. The foreclosure was the innovation market. In the sense that in order to pursue those kind of cancer tests that was the downstream markets, multi-cancer test, you need access to DNA sequencing machines. And that's where the acquiring company, Illumina, had a very strong dominant position. So it could also prevent you from doing the research. Therefore, why should I consider that before acquiring the downstream firm, you clearly would have provided to everybody the resources to do further research, and afterward, then you have, acquired a company with a potential for making something like 100 billion a year, a few years down the line, that might decrease your incentive to actually give the necessary research tools to potential competitors. Is not as strange as what the parties were kind of trying to make it. It's a very direct foreclosure argument, but in terms of ability to do innovation, not directly in terms of the downstream product market. Then the last two last comment. The first one is that in antitrust 2, there is this notion that the type of innovation that you do also matters. Now, one of the nice things in the Microsoft case, the one with servers, by the way, I worked for Sun, like Kai-Uwe, against Microsoft in this case, there was an innovation aspect. And one of the arguments that we made is that, first, because Microsoft say, oh, if we have to give up our interface, you're going to decrease our incentive to innovate. First, we established the interface itself was not really that innovative, so that the innovation was just there to kind of keep out people without benefit from consumers. And we say, okay, one, there's maybe a negative effect on your innovation. What about the huge negative effect on everybody else's innovation? But also importantly, and that's what I mean by the type of innovation, that also gives you an incentive to spend a lot of money on non-useful innovation. why not doing something useful? And this kind of argument resurfaced again later, again in a case that never went to completion, was the Nespresso case. Nespresso developed different interface for this machine in its capsule. Almost every year it patented them. There's nothing better about generation 1 about to generation 2, generation 3. So one of the arguments again is this abuse of the patent process, because this is not true innovation. This is just essentially deterrence through disguise, and that's the wrong kind of innovation. So most of those haven't been formally tested, except for Microsoft, but that's the direction that I like. Hard to make the case, but we should also care about the kind of innovation. Then finally, coming to the DMA, I think that there are mostly two issues, right? One is interoperability. I think it's very hard to argue that interoperability systematically decreases the incentive to do innovation, especially in a mix and match type of framework, or again in the framework with this store of ideas that I've just proposed. So that I'm not concerned. What I'm more concerned about is cases where there's going to be, access granted to things that took effort to develop. And that could be the case for data. The problem with data is to determine which one took whose effort to develop. And in that case, I think we're going to have to resist being too enthusiastic and setting all access prices close to marginal cost. We're going to have to be very careful in the way we set access pricing. We all know it's between marginal cost and ECPR, but it might be a bit more closer to the ECPRs that most people I want to believe.
Excellent, thank you. It was very interesting coverage and the variety of the coverage of all these interesting issues. So I collected a lot of notes, but of course I'm not going to summarize you all. But I kind of heard from the first intervention of Damien about the standard essential patents, and then we discussed more with Kai-Uwe the general trade-off, or is there a trade-off between competition and incentives to innovate, and also, in my opinion, he took a little bit more precautious stance, saying that these things are super uncertain. Maybe we have to make sure that we have the right facts in hand before intervention for markets where we have this innovative developments happening. And Massimo nicely guided us through this horizontal mergers and how they impact incentives to innovate, depending on negative versus positive externalities. And I just wanted to come back on this and on the Pierre's latest comments about, foreclosure consideration, or let's put it this way, complementary assets versus substitutable products aspect of how mergers or cases could affect incentives to innovate. Why I'm raising all this? Because if you remember at the beginning, I asked panelists to comment on how technology markets or the new development in digital markets make things harder, and how to take this into account in antitrust policy or regulations. When we look at those markets, we see these ecosystems. I don't have a clear, good definition of what is an ecosystem. I know that business scholars did a better job than maybe we economists, but for me, ecosystem is like, I'm entering into complementary markets, and there are positive externalities across those markets, spillovers. And this kind of corresponds to Massimo's definition of this positive externality investments. So if we, take the theory very seriously, then we should say, let's don't worry about complementary assets being owned by monopolists, going back to Kuhn. But then we have this foreclosure aspect, which was highlighted by Pierre, and this is also coming from this essential patent or essential input aspect of some of the innovations. So here comes the tough question. When we have very uncertain environment and we cannot identify what is essential input, just to give you an example, ChatGPT, okay? And you have already a firm which is an incumbent, very dominant player, active, Microsoft, and have an investment in such a company which can become, or which has already become, an essential input. So how do we deal issues related to this type of uncertainty, and how to put this into practice in competition policy, not only for mergers but also for the ownership structure, and also coming back to Kai-Uwe's point about upstream capabilities. We also talk about firms' acquisitions of startup just to acquire capabilities or engineers as a preemptive strategy to prevent rivals from doing that. So I would like to hear your views on the future developments of these markets and how to handle them.
I can comment briefly. First, I have a definition of ecosystem, which actually is a little bit different, and I discovered recently that that's the one that Bruno Julien likes as well. Clearly, it has to be different from what I call the pure conglomerate, right? The pure conglomerate, independent product, no links and so on, one owner, right? Then you have the pure conglomerate with complements. That's another extreme case, right? An ecosystem somewhere in between. There are some complementary links that are more or less intense. Okay. But an important aspect of an ecosystem, to not just talk about market where there are complements, is that to have an ecosystem, for me, you need a center. You need a center that at least spells out some of the rules of behavior within this ecosystem. So some platform would be ecosystem, not all platform would be ecosystem. I think that's a more fruitful way, because also it points our interest towards what those rules are. That's an analysis we've done for standard setting organization. For example, the Tirol and Learner have a lot of things about the different rules. First, what are they? Are they good or not? We haven't done that for ecosystems. I think that it's absolutely urgent for us to actually do this as a research project. Now, about this uncertainty, and I'll take the example of ChatGPT. I think we're a little quick in determining that things are essential. ChatGPT itself is not essential. First, because, you know, besides students trying to cheat, who uses this than not China, right? It's still a very small market. But more importantly, because it's just not unique, right? And that goes, as you mentioned, to these capability things. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not that worried about the digital market, generally speaking. There's a lot of digital programming and AI talents out there in the world. There are hundreds of thousands of people who really can do very, 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 very good things in AI. So don't worry about ChatGPT. Actually, I would oppose any tendency to try to crack down on those things too early. Why? Because again, remember that one of the motor of innovation, one of the reasons often ignored of our intellectual property rights system, is to precisely force the other one to not just try to copy, but to try to do something different. If you do something different, first you could have horizontal differentiation, there's also the chance it's going to be better. So frankly, I think that in the digital industries, we should not jump onto the bandwagons of, oh, this has become market defining, a must-have, or so on, way too early, because otherwise we eventually damage innovation.
I have just a couple of remarks prompted by your question. The first one is that for vertical foreclosure to arise, it is not necessary to have an indispensable assets. So this is something that we should take in mind. One of the things that the DG Comp will have to do, and the CET will also have to do, is now to create the first set of 1 or 2 guidelines, given that the first one were guidance paper only. And that one of the things that I hope will come out of that is to sort of relax this importance which comes from the case law and which is somehow misguided about finding indispensable assets for vertical foreclosure cases. And the second one, which is related to this, is that we know that we have situations in which even if a firm is not dominant, but it has an important input, then you might have for instance, say vertical integration with another company might give rise to possible anti-competitive effects. There is a very nice paper by Marie-Laure Alain, Claire Chambol, and Patrick Ray, which is precisely on this. That is, what is going to happen is that if you have a situation in which downstream firms are buying from the upstream firms, then, once a firm is vertically integrated, the upstream affiliate of the vertically integrated firm is not a reliable supplier anymore, which basically creates an hold-up problem instead of solving it, which is that the downstream independent firms will have to rely on the upstream rival to the vertically integrated firm. So I think it's important to keep this into account with respect to vertical foreclosure issues, etc. And like that, I finish, so I avoid the crystal ball kind of part of the question, what is going to happen?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay, Kai-Uwe, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I actually wanted to react to Pierre a little bit because and something that goes in the same direction. I think and this is what I mentioned, and I think when he was talking about ChatGPT, there's a similar aspect to that when we're concerned about innovation, and that's where I gave that example of Amazon Kiva. There is, this point that you often have to have residual control rights in order to organize innovation with complementary assets, I think is an important one. We've kind of forgotten a little bit about, because it's not fashionable anymore, the incomplete contracts literature, but residual control is something really important in innovation, and here in a positive way relative to the one that Pierre has meant in terms of steering innovation. If you're independent decision makers, it may be difficult to actually get the focus that you need in order to have a joint innovation, which also has externalities. And so by joint ownership, you can actually internalize these things and do something about it. And with simply kind of some of the larger firms, if they use AI for what they're doing and integrating into that, it is a possibility. They have a huge range of things to which they could explore where innovation is actually possible. And there again, I agree with Pierre on these things, that you can actually look at whether there are real difficulties here, I don't think we need to talk about essential assets, but if you're looking at Amazon and Kiva and looking at the range of companies that are doing robotics and the range of companies that are even doing robotics for warehousing, you would come back and basically say, there are so many capabilities out there that you could have. Amazon was already working with them before and realized they could do more if they were actually integrating and could control the research process. Then you shouldn't be worried. But I think it's exactly looking at that environment, how many other options are out there, how much innovation is there, how much entry at that upstage capability space is there in order to actually assess whether a merger can actually foreclose in something in that context. And I agree with Pierre there also that kind of a lot of entry happens in those areas. And it's something that one really has to take seriously before one says any little acquisition that is really done in order to enhance the innovation process is something that we have to be worried about.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. Then I would like to end our panel on innovation and competition enforcement here. I would like to thank to our all distinguished former chief economists, panelists who shared their views on this very important topic. And I believe that we are now moving to a Q&A session. So I leave the room to our colleagues who are going to moderate the session. Thank you again for all these interventions and discussion.
So the Q&A will be moderated by two young scholars of the DCI who are researchers in the law department here, Anouk van der Veer and Selçuk Ünekbes. I leave the floor to them immediately.
Okay. Finally, the moment is there to ask questions. We only have 20 minutes, so we're going to be very strict. To make it work, we need something from you, which are very precise questions rather than comments. Think 2 or 3 lines, ideally directed at one of our speakers, who we will give a few more lines, but ideally no longer than 2 minutes if possible. I'll take 10 seconds to introduce myself. My name is Anouk van der Veer. I'm a 3rd-year PhD researcher at the UI in the law department, working on incorporating dynamic competition in competition law, or differentiating innovation like Kai-Uwe just mentioned, and a young scholar at the DCI. Selçuk, your 10 seconds.
Hello, everyone. I'm also a 3rd-year researcher under Nicola's supervision, also working on dynamic competition. And I have the unfortunate position of picking the first question, so keeping in mind what Anouk said, concise and to-the-point questions, I can take the first question from the audience, if there is any.
Give us an example of a short and concise question.
2 sentences. 2 to 3 sentences would be ideal. All right, we can go.
Let's give it a try. Well, I understand that the pitch here of the conference organizer is that we bring in a little bit more innovation in antitrust enforcement, and I understand that at least in merger in the merger proceedings, innovation comes in either as a theory of harm or as an efficiency. And I understood a little bit the panel here, hearing what Massimo was saying and what Pierre was saying, is that we are willing to take risks when innovation comes in on the theory of harm side, which I interpret in we are willing, even if there's just a low probability that the theory of harm is strong, that we still oppose a merger. While I, on the other hand, understood an invitation to the parties to bring in efficiencies and to make their innovation claim there. So I was wondering, here we typically have a relatively high standard, something like an 80–90% probability that the efficiencies are there. And I just was wondering, how does that go together? Is that something where you have the feeling, yes, we have different standards of proof on those 2 dimensions with respect to innovation, or not? Thanks.
Well, I wouldn't say there are 2 standards of proof. The first thing is to say, look, if you don't have efficiencies, bringing in innovation is not going to make things better. If anything, there's another channel through which the usual theory of harm is going to apply. Okay. Then let's look at efficiencies seriously, and we even propose some routes we can do it. Now, as to what evidentiary standard we apply to efficiencies, there's still an unresolved question, not just for innovation, but for any kind of efficiency. So,
Professor Motta, you will have to add.
So on efficiency, it's I think it's dramatic that efficiencies are not brought forward by the parties, if not at the very last stages of when it's too late. And I do not know. I mean, I understand that there was a time in which there were efficiency offense arguments, etc., which might have motivated why the lawyers are so resistant to bring efficiency in the play. But now lots of times has passed, so it would be about time that efficiencies would put on the table immediately. One thing that I always mention which is my experience when talking about efficiencies, is that it's true that there is a standard of proof which is extremely high formally. But in my experience, what happens is that very early on, at least within the chief economist team, but also we try to do it also with the case team, etc., is to try and understand what is the rationale for the merger. This is the first thing that I would ask when there is a merger proposal coming in, a notification or a pre-notification, is that let's try to understand what is the rationale for this merger. And very often what happens is that formally there were no claims which were made officially by the party, but it was fairly clear that the rationale was possibly a pro-competitive one, and that in my experience this has shaped the way in which some mergers have never been challenged. Hopefully colleagues who have followed me and other colleagues at the chief economist team still do the same thing. But I agree that there is something to be done there.
Next question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jasminka Kaufman, Jean Monnet Fellow here at the Schumann Center. So I was very much intrigued by the discussion on internal dynamics at the Chief Economist Office at the DG Comp. So my question is focused on that part of today's discussion. So do you think that the challenges that are encountered at the DG Comp level are relatable or translatable to the national competition agency level? And then additional question, is there any coordination or some kind of a regular contact between chief economist team at the DG Comp and then chief economist teams at national competition agency levels in formulating theories of harm or just any kind of discussion? Thank you.
I'll do this. So there's a difference, an important difference between most national competition authorities, not all, and us, is that they are set up as agencies. We're part of the commission. So we're part of the government. So to some extent, many people in the commission think that competition policy is one tool amongst many that is part of the policy package of the Commission. So it's not the same thing as having an agency that just look at competition issues with no, obvious interferences. Now, in terms of relationship, yes, we have the network of national agencies at all levels, including a network of chief economists that meets twice a year. Not only that, but increasingly also over the last, at least over the last 2 years or so, some smaller authorities turn to us not only to get training, that's something that was done in the past, but to ask questions. We have a case that's a bit similar to that, but how did you do this? Do you have kind of advice about how to do the empirical work or something like that? So if anything, I think there's a little bit closer relationship as we move forwards.
Yeah, sort of quickly on this, I think that you have to be very careful about institutional transplant. I think that it's difficult to transplant the organization of the CET to national agencies, in particular because many national agencies have a separation between the investigation and the decision-making that is very different from the one that you find in the Commission. And if you think, for instance, about how the French agency works or how the Belgian agency works, which is a similar model, it would not make sense, to have an independent chief economist the way you have it at the Commission in those institutional setup. And so in those institutional setup, the chief economist is essentially integrated fully with the investigation. And then, of course, is representing views at the level of the college in both instances. So I don't think that, that any institutional model can easily be transplanted in an environment that is different. So you have to think about the specific idiosyncrasies and constraints of the institutional setup. Now, on the interaction between the Commission and the agencies, I mean, at least when I was there, and I think it's still the case, the ECN is a very important institution. I mean, institution, of course, that goes beyond the activities of the respective economists within the institutions, but it's an important element, I mean, in which there is probably the best to describe it is one of co-opetition, is that there is cooperation, but there is competition. And I think that's very healthy, that there is both this element of competition and cooperation between the national authorities and the Commission. At the level of the economies, there is a specific network, I don't know if it still exists, but it used to exist, which is more sort of technical in nature. I mean, there is much more sort of cooperation on methods and on conceptual issues that you have at the broader ECN level, but I think that the broader ECN level is an important institution.
I agree with what has just been said, and in particular the fact that you cannot transplant an institution from one type of organization to another one, and there might be very good reasons why in national competition agencies the figure of the chief economist is a career chief economist, somebody who is already in the organization, is basically a civil servant if you have this position within the agency. Now, once said so, I think that national competition agencies could experiment a little bit more in trying to involve some fresh blood and maybe academics into this, because I think that it would be good to have a perspective that might be a little bit different and broader from the one that you can have in-house. One thing which, for instance, is you have to understand is that chief economists, whether at the European Commission or elsewhere, are involved in a number of cases. They hardly have the time to keep updated with the latest research and to stay close to the frontier, etc. So to experiment with possibilities to bring in some new ideas would be good, including, for instance, something which has been done in the past by the Portuguese Competition Authority and then by the Danish Competition Agency, which was to have some sort of chief economist part-time, academics who would come once or 2 days a week and work on cases, etc. That's the sort of things which I think would be good.
Yeah, maybe if I could say very briefly something. I think we know that in all agencies there tend to be certain tensions between the lawyers and the economists. And whether the economics is heard or not has something to do whether there's a mechanism that they get voice. And also on a topic that we've talked about a lot, namely career concerns within. And you see that there's some institutions there where actually the career concerns are really important and where economists are mostly used to bat away arguments that are being made by economists in order for the decision bodies to be able to go ahead. We've kind of have all of those extremes, and there I would very much support Massimo in saying there are different ways of kind of doing this. But having some degree of independent voice that's not influenced by career concerns, and an environment in which there's a voice that can be independently brought or just without a consequence afterwards, is actually something quite important in order to have actually some economic work done and actually heard. And there the variety is incredibly large, but I think there is a correlation there with the institutional structure.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, a short one. Okay.
Sorry. Ian from Frontier. When we're thinking about the context of mergers and innovation, what type of questions should we be asking about post-merger integration plans? What type of evidence should we be gathering there? It's been raised a few times by Massimo and Kai-Uwe as well in context there. I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Not sure I've understood it. Post-merger?
Post-merger integration plans. So you raised the point of when you had a...
Okay,
yeah,
so before...
what type of evidence questions should we be asking there in the context of merger innovation concerns?
I think it would be very important to understand, in general, you want to understand what is the merger for, to understand what is the rationale for the merger, etc. So if you are looking at innovation and investments, ability and incentives, etc., I think that internal documents can tell you a lot. I mentioned before the case in which, if you see that the plan is that now you have 2 research labs, and after the merger, what happens is that they plan to close one. I mean, I think that this is going to tell you something. If you have, something which is pointing more about synergies and efficiency, etc., somehow this, in my view, should appear in the plans, in the business plans for the integrated firm.
Any more thoughts from the panel? If not, then we will go over to Bo for concluding remarks, after which we'll go for lunch, and then you can ask questions one by one as well. Over to Bo.
Great. All right. So again, standing in the way with lunch, I'll keep the closing brief. It was a great session, so I don't want to screw it up here in the end. That's always good, right? My name is Bo Hayden, and I am the tallest member of the DCI team. It's not a good joke sitting down, right? It doesn't work as well, but I just wanted to start out by giving a big thanks, right, to Damien, to Kai-Uwe, to Massimo, and to Pierre. Thanks so much. You can't have a Chief Economists Roundtable without the chiefs, right? And I think I want to thank for your open and honest comments today. I think it's good, right, that you so open, especially about how the game is played, a little bit of the sausage making behind the curtain and everything. That's important, especially if you're trying to think about how to improve things. You have to understand the reality of how they operate. And of course, you're pushing for economics into competition policy and enforcement, of course, is critical. And maybe the most important, I want to thank you for taking on the most hated position at DG Comp that we established today. Is that right, Massimo? So, and of course, I hope we learned a lot, but it was also, I hope, a little bit therapeutic for you as well to get it off your chest. What do you say, Pierre? Was it therapeutic? It was perfect. All right, that's good. But all kidding aside, I just want to say that it's an important role that you play, and this issue of checks and balances is critical, and it's not that easy to take on these roles because you might not always be the most favorable person. I think that's what you were saying, Massimo, but it's an incredibly important role to play, and I think everyone that takes on this role will have to handle that situation, and of course, it will take some effort and some stamina, but it's incredibly important that you've been able to do it. And critique, oftentimes people will critique. I think all of us probably like to critique what others do, and certainly it's easy to critique policy making, but you actually did the job, right? So it's important that even though it's easy to critique, it's very important that people step into the role and do the job and do it well. And so I wanted to thank you a lot, not only for coming here today, but for doing your job in this role and sharing what you learned from it. So thanks a lot. One thing I thought about, though, Pierre, you mentioned about prevention, and I think this goes back to what Massimo said as well, is that sometimes your role is to block people from doing things, but that doesn't really help your career, does it? So you should maybe have prevention as a KPI, What did you do over the last 10 years? Well, I supported a couple enforcements, but the most important is that 12 times I shut down a lot of crazy stuff, and therefore I should be promoted, right? And actually, that might be more important, but you don't see it on the scoreboard as well, right? I'd also like to thank the senior scholars that participated today, Giacomo and Aslan. Thank you so much for helping out today and pushing everything forward. And of course, our young scholars, Magdalena, Philip, Anouk and Selchuk. And the people that are behind the scenes that you hear a lot from on emails, but you don't necessarily see in the front, is Carla and Adrian. Thanks a lot, Carla. You know, we have this joke that, we have this joke that maybe Carla shouldn't use her real name when she does this thing, just in case everything goes wrong. People can say, well, I spoke to that Jessica person, and yeah, we got rid of that person now. And we keep coming up with a new name. But Carla's so good that we let her use her real name for this because we know it's going to work out. Thanks, Carla. Yeah, so just a little bit to end up on DCI. So as Nicolas started out in the beginning, DCI is focused on innovation as a key driving force of good competition policy making. And we favor a more innovation operational concept of efficiency. And this opens up lots of questions about types of innovation, types of efficiency. I come from strategic management literature and then into economics. We use these words differently. I think the father of strategic management, Peter Drucker, he has a great quote I like to use all the time and about the difference between efficiency and effectiveness, right? And he says, there's nothing worse than doing with great efficiency that which should never have been done in the first place, right? And so again, these types of what are we trying to achieve and how do we put this together, I think is critical, and we need to think about it over and over again. And I think you highlighted these key issues, and we definitely want to focus on that more at DCI. So innovation, you know, focusing on innovation and when it should apply, and we talked about maybe it's more important in some areas than others, but certainly innovation is high priority for government policy in most countries, right? My joke is that I think that in the world we only agree on 3 things, the World Cup, the Olympics, and innovation as the main driver of economic growth, right? And maybe sometimes the World Cup, not sure about that, right? So every country has innovation at the top of its general overall governmental policy, and certainly competition policy has to be part of this and not implement innovation policy indirectly. It needs to be coordinated in the same thinking. So innovation has to be part of competition policy, not only for its own sake, but in its relation to other policies that drive value and wealth and welfare in countries. At DCI, we focus a lot on stakeholder groups, and so I'll end with just a short description of that. Certainly, one of the key stakeholder groups is academia, and we need to create scholarship to develop new theories and tools from an innovation perspective, and definitely in a digital economy perspective, which we discussed today. And all this needs to be grounded in empirical evidence. And this has a lot to do with what was mentioned, the relationship between economic theory and facts, right? This is where we have to come up with economic theories, but we have to ground them in the facts. So for example, the capabilities theory that Kai-Uwe mentioned on competition economics is a main area of focus for us at DCI. And many of you know David Thies, who's considered to be the father of the concept of dynamic capabilities. He's part of the core team. So certainly this is one way to link the strategic management and economics into competition economics. So, and then of course, so we have senior scholars working on new theories and tools, but we're very proud of our Young Scholars program when we saw Young Scholars today, because new thinking requires what I would like to call the beginner's mind, right? No matter how much you try to be reflective, after a while you become a little bit indoctrinated in your own thoughts. And you constantly need this renewal for yourself, and young people are great because they have this beginner's mind. So we need new messages, so for new messages, we need new messengers, right? And so we think that this is one of the most important things that we do at DCI. Then of course, when we're coming up with new, trying to create, to match theories with facts, we have to understand what industry is really doing. So new theories and evidence-based scholarship require a deep understanding of what's actually going on in business. I think you mentioned that, Pierre. You need to know what's actually happening, and you have to talk to people that do it, or you have to do it yourself or be around it, just so that you don't end up, you know, in the ivory tower thinking about, you know, what would I do if I were doing that job? You have to really understand what's going on. And I think that this involves corporations, but also econ firms and law firms. We need the people that are working in the trenches to be part of this group that we're building at DCI. because without that, we will never be able to really ground our theories that we come up with and create tools in a proper way. And the last case is, of course, why we had this roundtable, the policymakers. So we've created what we call a policy lab, where we want to co-create and operationalize new theories and tools within the resource and time constraints of the agencies. That's what we heard today as well. There's politics, but there's constraints. You can't come up with ideas that can't possibly be implemented. So you need to work together with policymakers to understand how they look at things, get their perspective as well as the industry perspective, and how to operationalize, make it so that it's something that's practical, that can be used. And in that, I think the two focuses that drive a lot of what we do is what Pierre had mentioned in our last conference, which was this idea of building a competition policy for a dynamic world, which is a very analytical approach, but also trying to understand what it means to have a dynamic competition policy. How will people implement this, and do we need new ways of thinking about implementing? So with that, again, I'd like to thank everyone. Looking forward to the next time we get together, and hopefully the weather will be nicer and there won't be any snowstorms and other things like that. But it was great to see everyone here, and look forward to working together on new activities at DCI. Thank you very much.